Англійський канал 1, 2, 3. Як чутно?
Так, да, зараз я його знайду. Є, все є, так? Да? Угу. Да, давай. Я подивлюся тут. Угу, добре. появилася непоніва.
Ну так, ну вони ж є. Да, да, да. Ну і вони ж все ж таки ж партнери наші основні. Так що. Ну, ми вчора дивилися, ми спочатку навіть про них не думали про ці банери, а вони почали виставляти картинку. Виходить, що ну, там стіни біля банеру, ну воно так. Треба чимось їх було прикрити. А у нас якраз два банера є, так що однаково.
Хотіли каву?
Каву?
Ну,
Я не знаю, може. У нас там, кстати, повинні якісь гарна їжа бути.
Я говорю, ні, я бачив, що ви вже готуєтесь.
Да, 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 спробую. І там же я написала Петру Івановичу, він
Ну, він же
сьогодні
погодився.
вже погодився, так?
А що? А не виходили.
Ну, так що вже смету ми йому перекинули. Ну там смета вийшла
Да,
на
от.
цей на 50. Там.
Ого.
Ну, хай дивиться. Якщо скаже ні, значить, ну це ж таке.
А
знаєте,
ви
це
по
можна
проспекту науки
зменшити.
йдете?
Ви розмахнули.
Ну, на 20 людей вони
Побєди,
порахували. Ну я сказала, що
Да.
було гарно. Вони гарно їх порахували. Так, зараз я піду візьму папку, оцю нашу. там
Бери.
Верховна
Ті
Рада.
пайки не поняв ще раз, я
Так,
що не
зараз там дівчата.
Так ви ж її туди засунули.
Звісно, воно
А де ви
буде
їдете?
на екрані, але я ж
А чого ви по науки йдете?
її тримати в руках.
Побєди. Ви заїхали як? В Київ, повернули на окружну наліво? То Побєди. Ви на Катімгородку направо повернули, так? Да, і так їдеш, да, по прямій. Ти там же як по якій поїдеш, бери центральну. Ні,
Це достатньо.
коротше, другу, бери третю, коротше. Ні, спочатку тобі треба
Будемо
другу.
пробувати.
А на мене глянь.
Да, тоді праву беріть саме.
А,
Да, тобто ви проїдете нивки, і потім направо візьмете, праву полосу берете. Так, тільки нивки можуть, ви повинні два моста
якщо в
їхати.
нас глядачів немає, то у нас
Нам буде портрет для того, щоб ми могли це потім гарно.
І другий мост будете проїжджати, там буде дві полоси тільки прямо їде, поняв вроді? Да, ліво
ні, що
їдь.
тут перед екраном ходити
Перед-
не можна.
Перед екраном не можна.
Дивіться. Да.
Я думаю, коли ми будемо.
А там вже буде перед Берестейською, коли ти під мост будеш тікати, тобі вже треба ліво ліво, ліво вправо взяти з центральної втікти,
Сіла
поняв?
якась, ну скільки тут 5 сіл.
Хоча дивися, ти два моста проїжджаєш іменно по мосту, в центральній полосі, а потім вже після другого мосту, як переїдеш, береш
тому
правіше.
що там
Сесіями буде
Да.
перерва, не близько 5 хвилин. Поки зміняться модератори, потім ще
я ж я зрозуміла, в принципі, за сесію реально там кожному портрет зробити.
Так, на сьогодні хватить, запись включаю.
Чуєш, Андрій,
Так.
оцей розкат не виходить.
Його не буде, да?
Скоріш всього він не доєднається, але
На панелі він буде.
на отут він має зі своєю презентацією
Мгм.
підключитися.
Хорошо.
Я так і пишу. Так що якщо він там його немає, то просто далі.
Я зрозумів.
А як підписаний?
як
Ірина.
підпис-
Ірина.
Охренеть. Так, хорошо, що це за кресло в нас, Вася?
Ні-ні.
Це що в нас за кресло? Оцього, да? Ну, нехай так буде. Все.
Там, мабуть, дуже мілко. тому-
Так, а чого ви так?
Ну, воно просто зручно, щоб воно
А, це, мабуть, ні, стоп, це який? Це ця, да? Ну, да. Треба крісло підсунути.
Так я думаю, що ви
А ну, чуть-чуть вліво крісло Вась, посунь.
Ну, так, от і цей.
А ну, да.
Так, завантажити. Зараз я встановлю.
Давай те теж трохи туди. Чуть їх так, знаєш, по сантиметра 10, да, зводь. Отак. Все. Все, хорош. І ще це підсувай теж, чуть-чуть, да, бо воно не влазить, да. Оба, і з тої сторони так само.
Ну, що це відкриті.
А ну,
Теж ще
а ну, ось туди. По центру. Отак, все.
Ну, а далі взагалі.
О, ні, не так ось. Це сюди.
Я можу сказати, що при питанні можна заїхати, але хотілося б відмітити, що коли в Верховній Раді відзначені успіхи. Настя з нами.
Під камерами, так. Основне, що...
Давайте я
Ну, давайте я подивлюся, так.
Ще немає, ну це
Вона була, от якщо наприклад,
Ні, хорошо, поки зараз не попали.
ну щоб я розуміла, якщо буде необхідність. Давайте ще раз.
Ні, а так хорошо, так.
Ти йому позвонив?
А по звуку це не буде заважати, що я там тихенько лізу?
Думаю, ні. Вась, чуєш? А ну, от оцей стуло, чуть-чуть правіше можна його даже. А ну, подожди, Станік.
А чого ви ролі?
А, ні, не це.
Чи був ролі?
трошки в нас.
Це візьми.
Алло, доброго ранку.
Чуть-чуть правіше можна, я сильно його підсуну. Тобто лівіше, на край. Ще. Все, хорошо.
Хто це?
Будете у нас в студії
Це
також?
що, турок?
Все.
Хорошо, ми вас
Актай? Ні, це ж в возі, оце їх двоє. Актай
Так само
і
тренінговий
хто
центр,
буде в Південні Аскар. Аскар це ще керівник Євробюро ВОЗ.
О,
Вокзалу. А він,
8:30.
ну, якби там другий після Актай.
Зачекаємось, в принципі.
Там
8:30,
якби
8:35 ми
свої,
вже привітаємо.
ті,
Встигаєте? Так.
своєї ієрархії.
так, це було.
Алло, алло. Алло.
Так,
Алло.
давайте вашу пошту.
Алло,
Що це
Катя,
таке?
да.
Буде, ну, я вийду через
Алло.
це, так?
Алло.
О, салак підключився. Приймати його?
Так.
Та замуть, ну все. Ай, замуть.
Прикриті.
давайте я тут сяду.
А вас двох показувати чи вас одну?
Починайте, напевно, тільки мене, бо я зараз буду такі організаційні про конференцію, про програму, там про.
Ви двох будете, а більше ніхто не буде тут?
Ні, ще Катерина Олеговна, вона буде. Ви як дивіться, я як закінчу, потім піде запис Ляшка, потім
все, я
Цимбалюка, тобто там,
Все, я зрозумів, так. Мікрофон не замовчував. Так, все, готові?
Зараз, секунду, зачекайте, бо тут трошки треба порівняти.
Три, два, один.
Good morning, everyone, dear participants of our conference. We are glad to greet everyone despite all the difficulties that we're experiencing during this time. We have war ongoing in our country, and we have very tough problems with electricity, and in some regions of the countries there is total blackout. So we are so grateful to everyone who found time and possibility to join our conference today. And I would like to inform you that at present we already have more than 700 participants registered for this event. So we are glad to greet everyone again. And I would like to say that today, together we will be stronger, and together we will win. And before we open our conference, I would like to say a couple of words about logistical issues. First of all, I would like to say that those participants who, for various technical reasons, will not be able to listen to our conference in the online mode, no worries. This conference will be broadcast on YouTube channel of National TB Hub. So you can find and sign to this YouTube channel. You can like it, and you can watch the stream of this conference at a convenient time for you if it's not possible for you to listen to it in the real-time mode. There will be a lot of information available for you on this YouTube channel, not only about this conference, but about other events that we conducted, and there is a lot of modern and relevant information for clinical practitioners. The program, the schedule is planned for 3 days, and the program will consist of several sessions. 9 sessions are planned within the framework of this conference. On the screen, you can see the agenda. Today we started a little bit earlier because we need time for opening remarks, and today we will start our working session at 8:30, so we've already started it. And every day we will have 3 sessions, which will last for 2 hours each. And during these 2 hours, the moderator will present the session, will present the speakers, and then it will be followed by presentations. And within the framework of each session, we have 4 to 6 presentations, followed by 30 minutes for discussion. I'm saying this now because we are encouraging you to be active participants of this conference, ask questions in the chat box, and the moderator will read all the questions that you leave there. And during the time allocated for the discussion, these questions will be asked directly to the speaker you would like to address. The conference is designed for pediatricians, family practitioners, and specialists in various narrow fields, because we're going to talk about unwanted effects of tuberculosis care and treatment. So the topics will be interesting for many specialists. And I would also like to mention that you can register for master classes separately. On the screen, you can see the schedule, and in the agenda, you can see also information about all speakers, their field of specializations, spheres of activities, and for the master classes, you can find similar information. This conference will be interpreted into 2 languages, in English and Ukrainian, and agenda is also available in 2 languages. You can find the agenda on our website, National TB Hub, in the current events section. You will find information about the conference, the agenda, and additional links to the schedule. All the links will be also shared in the chat box. So I am looking through the agenda right now. You can see how it looks. You can copy the link in the chat box and then open the agenda. Or you can visit the National TB Hub website, and you can find the agenda there in the current events section. So before we start and we continue with our agenda, before we do that, I would like to read out some of the greetings from the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, the Ukrainian parliament, that we received as an institute. And we have greetings from the Ukrainian parliament to the anniversary, and actually this anniversary is being celebrated with this conference. So this is 100th anniversary of our institute, named after Yanovsky, of the National Academy of Medical Sciences of Ukraine. You can see on the screen the text of the greeting letter, and the only thing I wanted to highlight in this letter is that our institute was engaged in a lot of activities, and it is connected to a lot of prominent names, and our partners will mention that And Ruslan Stefanchuk, the Verkhovna Rada speaker, mentioned specifically Professor Yanovsky, who is the founder of our institute, as well as Amosov, Vaselenko, Drobotko, Sretinin, Yuri Feshenko, and many other prominent scientists. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for your time, for your attention, and let us begin. So now we are going to proceed with the opening part of the conference dedicated to 100th anniversary of the Institute. And I would like to give floor now to the Minister of Healthcare of Ukraine, Viktor Lashko. Thank you for your attention, and let us begin our busy day. Dear organizers, dear participants, for me it's an honor to be able to greet you at the conference dedicated to 100th anniversary of the Institute of Physiatry and Pulmonology named after Yanovsky. It is very symbolic that this anniversary is celebrated during the full-scale invasion of Russia into the territory of Ukraine, and that was the first institute that was called Kiev Tuberculosis Institute, and it was created immediately after the end of the First World War, and its task was to respond to the consequences of the war in the after-war period, post-war period. And the institute was actively engaged in clinical activities, and it soon became one of the leading institutions of treatment and care of lung diseases, including tuberculosis. In the 1920s, first in Ukraine, courses were developed in physiatry, and the first manual for medical education universities was published by academician Yanovsky, and his name since 1928 became the name of the institute. From the very first years of existence of this institute, its specialists were engaged in educational activities, and the first tuberculosis vaccination happened here back in 1925, and it is now currently looking for new ways of treatment and care, and additional study of epidemiology, ways of spread, allergies, immune system, immune response, and various methodologies of surgery treatment of lungs. Specialists of the Institute developed various protocols for diagnosis and treatment and the first programs of tuberculosis control. Then the ministry received joined the sphere of responsibility of tuberculosis control, and the first representative of the institute became the leader of the working group. And now we have specialists of this institute actively participating in working groups on tuberculosis control. And in addition of providing expert support, the institute is acting as the single center for introducing innovations in the sphere of tuberculosis care and treatment, new methods of diagnosis and care. First, it became the first institute that introduced short-term treatment regimen and joint implementation of WHO programs, implementing the programs throughout the world. Together with the partners, the institute piloted the microbiological medication, and now it is also piloting pretomanid, which is one of the flagship medications in the sphere of treatment of chemo-resistant tuberculosis. And the institute shares its knowledge with all regions of Ukraine through the series of educational activities implemented by the institute. All these achievements and a century-long history made it possible to organize a conference involving clinicists, clinical practitioners, not only from the entire country, but from 15 other countries worldwide. So I wish you fruitful work, and remember that we all work together for our victory.
Thank you very much. And now I'm giving the floor to the president of the National Academy of Medical Science of Ukraine, Vitaly Sambalyuk. The floor is yours. So, distinguished employees of the National Institute of Physiology and Pulmonology, named by Yanovsky. So, dear guests and the participants of the National Scientific and Practical Conference devoted to 100th birthday of this wonderful establishment, I want to congratulate you, and it's a great honor to me to congratulate the personnel and our National Academy, congratulate all the members of and the organizers of this scientific conference on this really big, unique anniversary, 100 years since the Institute was born. And here I would like to go back to these difficult years of 1922. And at that time and now, tuberculosis is a social issue. So at that time, there were many patients with tuberculosis, and the decision was made to create Kyiv Tuberculosis Institute. And this Kyiv Institute of Tuberculosis in 1928, it was renamed into Research Institute of Tuberculosis of Ukrainian Research Institute of Tuberculosis, which became responsible for all the scientific area on diagnostic and treatment of tuberculosis in Ukraine. The history of this institute is so familiar to me because it was placed in the building of number 3 of Neurosurgery Institute, which in 1950 moved to Amosov Street. And newly created Neurosurgery Institute moved to the Tuberculosis Institute, and this Research Institute of Neurosurgery was created there. I would like to say that the institute is one of the best among our academic institutions. Over the past 100 years, it has done a lot. A lot of unique and great scientists worked and developed their scientific work here. Especially, I want to mention Professor Yanovsky, well-known therapist, and also he worked with tuberculosis, and for that reason he is believed to be one of the founders of this institute. The first director of the institute was Dr. Yefremova in the 20s, but also I would like to mention Professor Marmelatov, Chernyshenko. Also, a great role was of the professor and great cardiosurgeon, Professor Amosov, who was heading the surgical clinic of thoracic surgery. And before the Cardiosurgery Institute was created, he was the head of this thoracic surgery clinic, and he could treat thousands of patients, and including with oncological surgery. And I would like to say that the first cardiosurgeries were conducted here in this institute before he started working in cardio surgery institute. Also, I would like to mention the Professor Slipucha, Professor Rodionov, who also made a huge input into surgical treatment of tuberculosis. Now, the institute is headed by a great Ukrainian scientist, Yuri Fashchenko, so PhD, MD, academician of our science academy. He has all the highest and distinguished awards of our state. And I would like to reinstate that this unique institution, great achievements, even though the social conditions are getting better, but tuberculosis is not eradicated. Maybe we could reduce the number of lethal cases, but then their so-called drug-resistant tuberculosis appeared, and this is one of the area that this modern, innovative institute is working with. And now I would like, going back and seeing all their way. So today I want to wish this wonderful institution to have victories, to find new solutions, innovative solutions. And I understand that maybe it's not completely realistic. I hope that they will change drastically the issue of tuberculosis. And then they will work only with regular pulmonology issues, which you are working with as well. I want to wish all of you, the employees of the Institute, I want to wish all the participants of this international conference to be healthy, to be patient, especially now in this difficult time when Ukraine has war on its territory, and we need to do everything possible so that our soldiers have all the necessary assistance and so that we can win as soon as possible. Thank you once again, and congratulations once again on this wonderful holiday. Thank you very much. And now I'm giving the floor to the head of National Institute of Physiology and Pulmonology, Fashchenko Yuri. Dear participants, dear friends, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's true, our 100th anniversary we are celebrating in this difficult time in the country. Since the Institute was established, we've had different periods. As it has been mentioned before, the minister mentioned and the president of our academy mentioned, we started in difficult period as well. The years which also had a lot of cases of tuberculosis on our territory. These were difficult times for our state. There are big social issues, challenges, which caused their tuberculosis epidemic. And even though the state has been developing and paid quite enough attention to this issue, but tuberculosis epidemic was stopped only in the 90s. And if you go back to the numbers in 1990, in Ukraine, we had about 23, 24 per 100,000 people, and it was kind of average for European countries. Institute has been developing, and they started with tuberculosis. Then we started to work with other relevant issues. And so what was relevant for physiatrists? So this, we talk with respiratory system. And today we work not only with physiology, but we are also working on relevant issue, and we find successful solutions of modern pulmonology, thoracic surgery, children pulmonology, clinic allergology, and even though we've been working for 100 years, And we've been working on this very important issue of tuberculosis. Why I keep going back to this? Because today's conference is about relevant issues about tuberculosis. When we talk about diagnostics, prevention, treatment of tuberculosis, it's true. It's a big issue. And so it happens that even though we have successes in modern physiology and practical physiology, in 2012 or even 2014, we start to notice some negative trend on worsening the epidemiological situation with TB in Ukraine. And here I talk about key indicators about the number of patients and death rates. And unfortunately, it includes the child population of our country. Because if it's an adult who is sick in the family, most probably children, they get sick as well, and they are more vulnerable. And tuberculosis has social roots. It's been proven in the world. We try to pay a lot of attention to modern methods of diagnostics, because if we look into the past few years, starting from since 2014, we try to learn more about prevention, diagnostics, and treatment on temporarily occupied territories and in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast and Crimea. So there are certain peculiarities how to work with tuberculosis there. And even though these territories are under occupation, temporary occupation, Ukraine always has been working and assisting with tuberculosis on these administrative territories, which are temporarily occupied. Also in 2014, it was the start of active military hostilities on the territories of territory of Ukraine, which also influenced the structure and functioning of tuberculosis service in our country.
So our specialists, our general practitioners have learned very quickly all the specific features related to diagnosing, treating, and care for tuberculosis patients, and they've reached some success in overcoming this problem. And we have another challenge for our service, which was the COVID-19 epidemic, because the studies that we carried out in our institute enabled us to make some conclusions. First of all, those conclusions that were very valuable for the practical aspects concerning control of COVID-19 in tuberculosis patients, all the specific features and aspects related to this type of patients. I would also like to draw your attention to the fact, which has been already mentioned by previous speakers, to the fact that our institute has carried out a lot of activities on preventing tuberculosis. So the anti-tuberculosis vaccine was actively produced in Kharkiv by a Ukrainian enterprise, and that vaccine was applied in the entire territory of the former Soviet Union. And since 1991, Ukraine lost the priority, its leading position, and it lost the possibility to produce its own vaccine. And research was carried out by our pediatricians. I am talking about Shanovsky's school, And this school continues this research after the Chernobyl disaster. These specialists developed this M type of vaccine, which is administered in the territories contaminated with radioactive isotopes. And as of today, we also experience very difficult conditions for our specialists and professionals of our institute. And this situation is explained by the fact that in the many territories with hostilities, affected by hostilities, in those territories, the anti-tuberculosis services have been destroyed. The hospitals and dispensaries were destroyed, and they have huge problems with human resources, and there is constant migration of the population, and all these factors create these difficult conditions for active anti-tuberculosis activities, and all these are very unfavorable conditions for treatment of tuberculosis patients. So all these chains were undermined, and this link between the patient and the doctor was ruined. And we are talking not only about tuberculosis in this situation, but about other respiratory diseases that are dealt with by our institute. The team of our specialists cooperate with international organizations, first of all the World Health Organization, and with a very well-known donor organization, which is also an organization that provides not only humanitarian support but humane support. I'm talking about the USAID and all the assistance provided under the auspices of this organization is provided under the slogan "From the American People," and we receive huge moral support from this fact, in addition to this material support, tangible support that this organization provides not only to our institute but to the entire anti-tuberculosis system in our country. Our doctors and scientists cooperate very actively with the colleagues on all administrative territories, even the territories that are seemingly non-accessible. I'm talking about those parts of Donetsk Oblast which is still under temporary occupation. I'm talking about non-governmental parts of Lugansk Oblast. I'm talking about the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, which are remote areas, in addition to other problems. But our institute continues to live, continues to work. We work very actively and very fruitfully. During 100 years of history of our institute, we never stopped for a day, despite all the challenges faced by our country then and now. I'm talking about the development of the Second World War, this Chernobyl disaster development, COVID-19 epidemic, and today's current aggression of the invaders, enemies from the Russian Federation in our territory. Ukrainian physiology lives, and it's well known and recognized not only in Europe but worldwide. And this fact is confirmed by the organizations who see our specialists as experts in respective spheres. Our specialists are invited to various events, and they share the solutions we developed in our practice, such as introduction of innovative anti-tuberculosis drugs, where Ukraine has been and still is a leader of piloting new anti-tuberculosis drugs. I would also like to mention that the microbiological service of Ukraine, microbiological laboratory of our institute continues its work, and today it provides new methods of diagnosing based on molecular genetic approach, and these approaches facilitate faster and better detection of tuberculosis patients. I can talk a lot about our institute because over 100 years of the glorious years of its existence, which anniversary we celebrate today, we have a whole plethora of worldwide recognized scientists. We have worldwide recognized positive results that were accepted by the global community in the sphere of prevention and treatment of tuberculosis. These approaches were either developed or co-authored by the specialists of our institute. But I think there is no need to enumerate everything because the life itself, the publications, the worldwide recognition shows that our Research and Development Institute deserves these 100 years of glorious existence. And today we begin the 101st year of our work and existence of our institute. And despite the fact that we have those dire times and very difficult conditions for work of our team, we will continue to keep pace in the work that we started 100 years ago, and the outcomes of our work will be demanded and important for people, for our patients living in Ukraine, for those patients who come to us from outside Ukraine, and the results of successful treatment will speak for themselves. Finishing my opening remarks, I would like to wish everyone, all the participants of our conference, of our meeting today, both in Ukraine and abroad, I would like to wish all of you good health, happiness, well-being, prosperity in peaceful times and peaceful coexistence of all countries of the civilized world. And I think that Ukraine's victory in this difficult and terrible criminal war and aggression of the Russian Federation, Ukraine will win it. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the Ukrainian army. Thank you. Glory to heroes. Dear colleagues, I would like to give floor now to Yana Terleyeva, who is the National Manager on the Tuberculosis, head of the Department of Tuberculosis Treatment of the Center for Public Health of the Ministry of Health of Ukraine. Greetings, dear participants of the National Conference. Today, Ukraine is has been fighting for 293 days against the enemy, and it shows decent response. Thanks to the professionals like you, I'm so proud to mention this strength and cohesion of your service, which is the unbreakable service. Thanks to the Ukrainian army and support from our the international partners and donors, we make the contribution to keep the medical front so that the people living with tuberculosis feel this support and assistance and have a chance for cure. We continue to carry out important strategic activities and implement initiatives, and we were able to keep the list of services related to treatment and care of tuberculosis throughout the country. And we are the reliable partner, a long-standing partner of your institute, and you are involved into implementation of all important national strategies. Thanks to support from your institute, our center was able to develop the research potential and become one of the world leaders in implementing new prospective and innovative treatment regimens. The institute has been working as a national reference laboratory for many years, and thanks to the high level of professionalism, we are able to use the entire spectrum of the laboratory anti-tuberculosis program. So we provide a comprehensive support to the institute and enjoy your expertise. We buy the equipment, diagnostic methods, and today we share the artificial lung ventilation devices, because we believe that it's not only investment into improvement of medical assistance from the institute, but it's an investment into the future and health, because you have this long history, huge potential, and your special atmosphere of kindness and light. On behalf of the Center of Public Health today, we wish everyone, of each of you, and the institute as a whole, to survive in this struggle in the military and medical front. We wish you prosperity and development of new prospects and new achievements. Ukraine will be everywhere, and Ukraine will be free and peaceful. Thank you. And now I would like to give floor to our respectful partners from the World Health Organization. Askar Dilbayev, please. The floor is yours. So we have an honor of the presence of the head of the European Bureau of the WHO.
Dear honorable organizers, dear honorable participants, let me congratulate today on behalf of the WHO Regional Office for Europe, the National Institutes of Pulmonology and Physiology, named after Yanovsky, with its 100th anniversary. And I would like also to thank the Ministry of Health of Ukraine and the National Academy of the Medical Sciences of Ukraine for the great level of collaboration with the World Health Organization, and wish all the very best. Today, we celebrate this 100th anniversary in a very difficult circumstances. The World Health Organization is standing in solidarity with Ukraine, with the people of Ukraine in this difficult moment. And the World Health Organization is calling for ensuring the continuity of essential services for healthcare, specifically services for tuberculosis in these difficult circumstances, because uninterrupted provision of services is super important to ensure that people in most desperate need for healthcare completing their treatment, timely diagnosed, and also ensuring that the better treatment outcome is achieved. The World Health Organization is having a long-standing collaboration with the National Tuberculosis Program of Ukraine, and also a long-standing collaboration with the National Institute of Pulmonology and Physiology. The Institute is celebrating 100th anniversary today, and the 100th anniversary of successful achievements of being a leading institution in your country and in region-wide in terms of uptake of the research and innovations, putting them into life, putting them into practice, generating new evidence for the further recommendations by the World Health Organization that can be used worldwide. Today, in the WHO European region, there are several challenges and persistent challenges, such as high burden of drug-resistant tuberculosis. And the WHO European region is having the highest global burden of drug-resistant tuberculosis, comprising up to 22% of the global burden of MDR-TB, and the 46% of the global burden of pre-XDR tuberculosis. Nevertheless, we also have the new possibilities, the new opportunities to address and tackle this burden. We have the new tuberculosis medications that in combination can shorten the duration of treatment of drug-resistant tuberculosis and achieve faster successful treatment outcomes. Your institute has been pioneering the operational research on introduction of the BPAL regimen for patients with MDR-TB and additional resistance to fluoroquinolones. So this rich experience has led the country to uptake this initiative for the nationwide scale. And currently, these patients are benefiting from, in Ukraine, are benefiting from this shorter novel regimen. Before the end of this year, the WHO will release the new updated guidelines on treatment of drug-resistant tuberculosis, in which the BPAL and BPAL-M regimens will be recommended for programmatic use for treatment of patients with MDR-TB and patients with XDR-TB. And indeed, a significant contribution has been recognized by the World Health Organization that has been done by this experience that was used, that was developed and produced by the National Institute of Pulmonology and Physiology, together with the regions and territories of Ukraine participating in this operational research. And we are thankful for that, and the whole world is thanking for this rich evidence that is supporting these recommendations. The WHO Regional Office for Europe is thanking experts from the National Tuberculosis Program of Ukraine, from the National Institute of Pulmonology and Physiology of Ukraine for being part of the series of regional platforms and initiatives, specifically the Regional Green Light Committee, the Virtual Medical Consilium, the MSTR Task Force, and the regional initiatives such as Modified Shorter Treatment Regimens for MDR-TB and the Drug-Resistant TB and Viral Hepatitis C Operational Research Initiatives. These initiatives and platforms are having a regional impact, and your experience, your expertise is significantly contributing to that. So while the world is recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic, from its impact, there are series of challenges are in the region, and specifically in Ukraine, that are addressing, such as war. And the impact of war is devastating on healthcare and on the provision of tuberculosis services. However, we stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine in this difficult moment, and will ensure that we maintain the good level of partnership and successful collaboration for the best of the health of people of Ukraine and in the region. Thank you very much, and I'm wishing a very successful conference and welcoming participants on behalf of the WHO Regional Office for Europe.
Thank you. And now I'm giving the floor to Michel Marian, Deputy Head on Medical Affairs of USAID in Ukraine. Thank you.
And participants, I'm so pleased to join this distinguished group in welcoming you to the National Tuberculosis Conference. I would first like to thank the Ministry of Health and the National TB Program, and really everyone involved in this extraordinary conference, for your vital leadership in Ukraine's fight against tuberculosis during these unprecedented times. This year's conference is dedicated to the 100th year anniversary of the National Institute of Physiology and Pulmonology, named after F.G. Yanovsky NAMS of Ukraine. It is my honor to take this opportunity to congratulate the Institute on the 100th year anniversary and to acknowledge all the great work the Institute has done in paving the way for innovations in TB diagnostics and treatment in Ukraine. The Institute is the most important platform for sharing recent global updates in tuberculosis, along with best practices from all regions in Ukraine. The U.S. government has been a proud partner with Ukraine in the fight against tuberculosis for over 20 years. We welcome the progress Ukraine has made against TB during this time, despite all the challenges, and we greatly value your partnership, your dedication, and your perseverance. 1 month ago, USAID released our new 8-year global TB strategy with a commitment to work with partners worldwide to reach every person with TB, to cure those in need with treatment, to prevent new infections, and to prevent the progression of latent cases to active TB disease. The strategy will focus on scaling up innovations in detection, care, and treatment, and foster local ownership to sustain TB programs that contribute to pandemic preparedness. We look forward to continuing our strong partnership aimed at advancing new approaches and generating lessons that will help us achieve our shared vision of a TB-free world. We will hold strong and support systematic improvements in Ukraine's TB program while adapting to emerging circumstances due to this horrific war. I salute your dedication and commitment against TB, as clearly evidenced by your participation today. Thank you for the vital work you do every day. On behalf of USAID, we truly value your partnership and your commitment, and we wish you all a productive conference. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'm giving the floor to the head of PAS in Ukraine, Katerina Hamazina. Good morning, dear colleagues. And let me, on behalf of PAS, on the International Organization of PAS, congratulate you. In the first place, on annual international conference on TB, controlling TB. This conference is very important every year. But this year is especially important because when we live in the times of war, when it's difficult for all of us, when we have many additional challenges. We had a lot of success stories in controlling TB, but now we have additional challenges, which requires from us additional knowledge, the possibility to share our knowledge, our experience, discuss the issues which are the most relevant for us. And for this reason, this conference this year, I want to congratulate the Institute on organizing this conference, that they found the strengths and resources, and with support of their partners, including the support of USAID, and also with support of STBCU, with support of our organization, and they can organize this conference at such a high level, and they engage so many participants. I hope that all our colleagues, even those who don't have electricity right now, who cannot watch us live, they will have a chance to watch this conference later and get additional use and benefit and implement the knowledge that they can receive during the conference. My task is pretty difficult because all the previous speakers, they have said all the important things. But I want to really sincerely congratulate our long-term, and actually we discussed with Mr. Yuri that we've been working for more than 19 years with the Institute. I want to congratulate on this wonderful anniversary, 100 years. Imagine what tuberculosis was in 1922. Imagine what was going on in the country. What possibilities for control existed 100 years ago, and how our colleagues could influence this epidemic, which at that time it was so much worse and it was terrible. It took so many lives, but they were working. They started this institute not just to fight, but to do research and move forward. And over these 100 years, as the head of the academy has already mentioned, and as the head of the institute mentioned, that they didn't stop working even for one day. And I think that is extremely important. And we believe that when we face these challenges now, the Institute is one of the youngest organizations in their behavior and their strategy. I mean that they are all the time innovative and modern. They are open for innovation, diagnostics, and treatment. You know that the world has developed many treatments, regimens, new diagnostics, and maybe very soon, we hope, very soon, we know, of course, the Stop TB partnership strategy and centennial goals, and we hope we can eradicate tuberculosis. And I believe that in Ukraine, with the support of the Institute, it will become possible, because the Institute doesn't work on its own. It teaches many other people, and it helps the whole country to implement these modern methods of diagnostics and treatment. And I believe that that's what will let us achieve success really soon. Thank you for your attention. I wish all of us victory and peace and success in controlling tuberculosis. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Katarina. And now I'm giving the floor to our partners from organization TB Alliance. And at first, Santipajena, the president on marketing and from TB Alliance.
I'm Sandeep Juneja, and I head the access function at TB Alliance. First, heartiest congratulations to the National Institute of Pulmonology and Physiology for your 100th anniversary. It is a pleasure to be invited to this meeting and an honor to share the session with the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Viktor Liashko, colleagues from the Institute, Dr. Yuri and Dr. Natalia, Dr. Yana from the TB program, Dr. Vitali from the Academy of Sciences, and colleagues from WHO, USAID, and PATH. Dr. Natalia, thanks for having me, and delegates, participants, a very warm welcome to the meeting. Before I start, I'd like to briefly introduce my organization, TB Alliance. TB Alliance is a US-based nonprofit that's focused on discovery, development, and delivery of new TB treatments. We developed the new drug Pretominid to be used in combination with bedaquiline and linezolid, or what is called the BPAL regimen, that for the first time reduced drug-resistant TB treatment to the same duration as that for drug-sensitive TB, that is 6 months, and with similar success rates. Apart from Pretominid, TB Alliance has in its pipeline several novel drugs in various stages of development, and we are aiming at further improving TB treatment with those novel drugs. TB Alliance has a special place in our heart for Ukraine. Ukraine was among the first countries we discussed BPAL with, and was struck right from the start about the foresight of the health leadership on implementing innovations in the country. It was no surprise then that Ukraine became the first country in the world to start using BPAL outside of clinical trials, the first to start procuring drugs for expansion of BPAL, and now perhaps is the first country outside of clinical trial countries to start piloting the use of BPAL with moxifloxacin. I'm sure the country will be a leader in programmatic scale-up of the regimen as well. But it's not only about Pretominid or BPAL. Ukraine is among leaders in providing access to other innovations also in TB in recent years. For example, the country is among the top in the world in terms of proportion of MDR TB patients who have access to bedaquiline. The country has an enviable record of near universal availability of molecular testing, and also in rapid implementation of VOT. While MDR TB is not easy to manage in normal circumstances by any stretch of imagination, it is extraordinary that the National Institute and the TB program have ensured continued treatment and patient support during the war with TB services. And that includes patients living in border towns that have borne the brunt of the war, losing their homes, and those who have had to leave the country. TB Alliance is proud to be associated with the work of the Institute and of the TB program in Ukraine. As you discuss implementation of innovations in MDR-TB in Ukraine today and during the coming couple of days, please bear in mind that your experience of implementing new treatments and innovations in TB in perhaps the most challenging situation in the world today will be very useful for other countries. I urge you to consider how you could share your experience with others and help others to learn from you. With that, I wish you a very successful conference. Thank you.
Дякуємо.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to give floor to our next honorable colleague from TB Alliance, Salah Farida, who is the Director for Medical Affairs of TB Alliance. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Natalia, and hi, everyone. I would like to thank you so much for the kind invitation to be part of this conference and celebration of 100 years dedicated to TB during these challenging times. I would like also to congratulate you for 100 years of dedication to TB treatment, TB research and innovation. You're doing a very great job. Thank you so much. Also, I would like to thank you for the partnership with us in TB Alliance and be the first country to use Pretominid and BPAP regimen outside of the clinical trials. That was a great achievement, and all countries learned a lot from your experience. By that, I wish all of you a very successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And dear colleagues, our leading partners offered their opening remarks and greetings for our conference. And now, for you to have a better understanding about what our institute is doing and what our history was like, for this, I give floor to Deputy Director of the Institute of Pulmonology and Physiology, the head of Thoracic Surgery Department, for his presentation. Dear Natalia, dear Dr. Natalia, dear colleagues, thank you very much for giving me this possibility to see everyone today and being able to talk to everyone today. And it's an honor for me to give you an overview of 100 years of existence of our institute. For some things have been mentioned already, and maybe we can skip some of the aspects. The president of our academy mentioned that. The director of the institute mentioned some of that. So historically, our institute for the larger part of time has been located here where we are today, and the building that you can see on the screen now from various sides, this is the main building of our institute, and it has been so for the last 100 years. The institute has changed a lot, and it had different names. I will not mention all of them. You can see them in the presentation. So as the country was changing, the conditions were changing, the names were changing, but starting 2007, our institute received the status of a national institute, and it is a state-owned institute, and you all know its current name. We are named after Feofil Georgievich Yanovsky, And it's not a coincidence. This fact was mentioned already by the previous speakers, so I will not talk in much detail about it. But the foundation for research and treatment of tuberculosis in our country and worldwide, the foundation was laid by Janowski, and his monument is now standing in front of our main building. During the first decade, 10 or 15 years, there were prominent leading doctors and researchers working in our institute. You can see a picture of Dr. Sobkiewicz, who is the first author of the physiology manual. We have other prominent figures in surgical treatment of tuberculosis. Professor Savage is there. Then the next decade marked the work of other people working for their entire life in our institute. Professor Putsenuk, who is one of the founders of regimen treatment, Klebanov, Epstein, and other doctors worked here. After that, they were joined by one of the pioneers of thoracic surgery, Professor Kostramin, physiologist, Dr. Zubik, and the medical role was also played during the World War II by these doctors, but this is a topic of separate presentation and we are short of time, so I will not talk much about it. So the entire epoch of existence of our institute was marked by Alexander Manulat, who was the head of our institute from 1936 to 1979. So almost all fundamental principles that were developed in our institute, to a certain extent, were related to the work of Professor Manulat, and his contribution is huge. So this is another person who will be remembered in the history of our institute. So we have to commemorate that. And a star, undisputable star of our institute was academician Mykola Amosov. So it was before the peak of medicamental drug treatment and chemo treatment of tuberculosis. It was only a dawn of this epoch then, and the surgery provided a possibility to provide a real treatment for tuberculosis patients, and it was quite efficient at that time. So Mykola Amosov, I'll just give you the name of his doctoral thesis. So resection of lungs in tuberculosis patients. So you will understand from that that all the foundation and the fundamental principles are still relevant until today. So until today, we use the book on thoracic surgery by Amosov, written in 1958, which is still relevant today. Together with him, there were colleagues working in our institute, Horovenko, Slepuchev, Brosilovich, and they were the founders, co-authors of the contemporary lung surgery principles of theory. If we look further, in 1959, the tuberculosis clinic for children was headed were actually founded, created, and developed by prominent physiology pediatrician Krzanovsky. His works marked this beginning of active use of vaccines for diagnosing and preventing and assessment treatment outcomes of patients with tuberculosis. First of all, children with tuberculosis. And then in 1986, his work was continued by his student, Professor Victoria Kostromina, and she was a leader in many research areas. But again, we're short of time, so I will not talk in detail about the list of students of Professor Krzanovsky, but those students, among those students, there were prominent and even contemporary doctors working until today. Before 2082, from the very beginning, actually, the overall thoracic surgery and physiology surgery department was led by Grigory Horovenko. You can see that our institute has a memory plate mentioning that Professor Horovenko was living and working in our institute. A large part of physiology issues and especially surgery pulmonological issue that began to be developed since mid-1960s. And that was achievement of Professor Horovenko and his students and supporters. Then here on this slide, you can see in more detail the issues covered in research works, issues that were covered, and colleagues and supporters of Horovenko continued his work and developed his achievements. So when you have time, have a look through this presentation if you wish to learn more details. Professor Kutsenok is the pioneer in physiology, orthopedic sphere. So he was the father of this sphere and everything that is used today, although today orthopedic issues are account for a smaller share of issues. But everything that is used today, again, was created in our institute.
And also from our institute comes the whole line of research, of provisions, and even any knowledge of microbiology, which was started by Professor Drabkina and her school. They basically created fundamental microbiology as a separate discipline. For many years, after that, the member of the National Medical Academy was supported. And again, I don't want to list all the titles of Professor Chernyshenko. Her input is huge. And the only thing I would like to say that she prepared more than 90 PhD people, and so you can imagine how many theses were written, how many issues were researched. You can only imagine. Also, in our institute, the methodology was formed of physiology if we look from the perspective of methodology on providing physiological assistance and physiology and so Mr. Dworin, together with his team, he created a big part of that basis that we still use. And almost for 30 years, this work, until recently, was supported by Professor Melnik, who he's not just a physiologist and innovator, he's also recognized religious scientist. So his published work in reorganizing of healthcare were recognized and awarded, but also his work in studying religion are also as recognized. Then Professor Rodionov, who has been mentioned before, and this is my personal teacher. This basically my father in science. So he was the head of thoracic surgery, and he was doing it for almost 30 years. He started his work under the work of founders, and he was definitely a great follower of their work. And also I would like to note down that Professor Rodionov, he emphasized many times the role of our founders, of his teachers and our teachers who we still talk about today. Since the end of the 70s and then in the 80s, so there was a new wave in the institute because pulmonology went up to some new levels at that time. The institute was headed by Professor Molotkov. He didn't stay here long, but it was definitely a bright period of the institute because at that time the reconstruction and development of their equipment and the facility, like they were like definitely improved. I don't want to go into all the details, but I can say that the equipment at that time, it was really modern and allowed to solve the relevant issues of that time. And it's very important to mention that at that time, the whole team of, at that time, young people, but now they are recognized professors, PhD, the members of academic of medical science, and those people who are now taking high positions in our institute. But at that time, these young people, due to their charisma and energy, they created this special image of the institute, which we still have this image as of now. And then the next head, from 1985 to 1991, it was Orest Ivaniuta. And his input was in teaching. he cooperated with the National Institute, National University, Medical University, named after Bogomolets. And he left big heritage about education and physiology. Then, since 1991, so we can see the current director of the institute, Mr. Yuri Fashchenko, and we know him really well. I just want to note down that he became the head of institute in the hardest time for our motherland. In the hardest period when everybody left to sell, to buy and sell something to survive in the 90s, but he managed to keep the team here. And he made people believe that Institute can keep going. It was working and it will be working. Besides, we definitely need to really appreciate all their construction work of our institute, because the institute is completely unrecognizable. It went through reconstruction and everything has been renovated. Every building, every facility, even the almost lost and extremely ancient buildings, they look so much better now. Also, you can imagine that that here on the right, in the photos in the right, these are the buildings for the morgue, and usually we associate this work with something dark and sad, but the buildings are so bright and new. Also, the children facility. So it for about 20 years it was under constant construction, and the current head finally managed to finish this construction and to bring in the most innovative equipment to the departments which now exist and work, and now that's the place for research and important work. This is the building on diagnostics department, and in our X-ray diagnostics we have basically everything. So we don't have the emission tomography. We have all kinds of equipment for tomography. We have the high resolution ultrasound tomography, and so we have all this equipment. And the way how it was in the 70s, then in 2000s, the generation, a few generations of diagnostic equipment has been replaced, and it allowed to work with the most modern tasks, which now it keeps us on the world level, and we are not ashamed to talk and present our achievements and our equipment on international events. Also, a completely new level for surgery. We have video thoracic equipment. We have a new method for visualization. We have the most modern and innovative machinery for visualization pathologists. So everything is here in our surgical department, and it all works. And another achievement of the Institute, that's digitalization and introducing IT. I don't want to go into details about the number of servers and workplaces and machinery that we have, but we have the three sections of IT. So we have a website, we have database, we have optimized system. Website has really high ratings and is at the top. For example, we have the first position among medical sites in Ukraine, third in Europe. And out of thousands of websites, medical websites, we are 217th. Also, we have a digital database which completely meets the needs of our employees about guidelines, norms and regulations, and everything that they need for effective everyday life for scientists, doctors, and all other employees of the Institute. And everything is very user-friendly at every workplace. Automatic medical information system. You can see that over the past probably 3 years, we've been talking about healthy. We talk about ESOS, so basically, we already had systems like this in the Institute starting of 2010, and this system is developed on the level that we can almost not use paper. And if we are allowed by norms and regulations, we are able to go completely digital in all areas of our activity. What is Institute now? Now, it is really the main institution in the country on physiology and pulmonology. We have highly qualified employees. We have really well-equipped departments and hospitals where we can treat and we can do research on very high level. We can do high-level surgery. And I think that in our country, some of the processes are unique and some surgery are unique.
According to many indicators, our institute, maybe it's not modest of me to say here, but we are far ahead of other healthcare facilities in the country. And our institute, all staff of our institute see themselves as a community of like-minded people, a community of people who see their entire lives sense in treating and curing people and carrying out their mission. Unfortunately, of course, our success is achieved not because of circumstances, but despite of circumstances. But it has always been like that. But a Research and Development Institute is not a narrowly specialized institute. We are a research institute specializing in various spheres, having the best team of specialists who, in addition to being top-level specialists, are also thinking in terms of the entire sphere, and they are progressive thinking, looking ahead by decades, so they can develop various programs and implement them. And this is the school in the best sense of this word, because we have a saying, standing on the Titan's shoulders. So our institute is a facility which provides a shoulder on which young specialists can stand. When people have nowhere to go, in ordinary hospitals, we are the last resort for them where they go. So this was a brief history of our institute over these 100 years. And finishing my presentation, I would like to quote Lesa Ukrainka. I would like to laugh through my tears, sing songs among the misery, and I want to live and not think bad thoughts. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ihor. Very interesting and important presentation that you made with this historical overview of the achievements of our institute over these 100 years. And I think a lot of our colleagues who know our institute, even they learned a lot of new things, maybe interesting things about our history. Here, I would like to close our opening session, and my only comment would be, I see in the chat box now, which we have now in the conference, we have a lot of congratulations and greetings in the chat. So I would like to thank all of you. Many participants wrote that unfortunately they are not able to listen to the entire conference, but again, I would like to emphasize, and this information was left in the chat box, no worries, colleagues, if you have no possibility to listen to all the presentations now and the things you're interested in, everything will be uploaded on the YouTube channel of National TB Hub, and after the first day of the conference, the entire recording of this day will be posted on this channel at any time convenient for you. You will be able to watch the presentations. So National TB Hub, subscribe, like our channel, share this information about our conference, and then much more people will be able to watch it, and specialists will be able to learn new things. And in this way, we are going to continue our fight against tuberculosis and continue our information war for the victory. Thank you all. And in a couple of minutes, we are going to start our next session. Stay with us. Don't give up. Don't go away from your computers. In 2 or 3 minutes, we are going to start with our next session.
нічого не отримав. Ну, на ту пошту я відправляла декілька.
Dear colleagues, dear friends and participants, let us continue our work. And the first part was very nice with all the greetings. Now it's over, and I would like to thank everyone who congratulated our institute to its 100th anniversary and those who opened our conference. And let's continue our work now. The first session is about strategic areas of overcoming tuberculosis in Ukraine and in the world. And we will talk about the problem of chemo-resistant tuberculosis, and the problems related to introducing innovative anti-tuberculosis drugs, as well as issues that are directly related to diagnosing and treating chemo-resistant forms of tuberculosis. It is my great pleasure to give floor to Oktay Gazalov, Director of Medical Programs of the European Office of WHO, right? Is it the right? No? Is it not a correct title? Okay, so, but the name was correct at least, right? Good. So please, the floor is yours.
Доброго ранку, шановні.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends. For me, it's a great honor to be able to speak to you today and to see that all of you, despite this inhuman conditions, continue to work and help our patients. 293 days you've been demonstrated to the rest of the world what the love for motherland means and what commitment of your doctor's mission means. And we're great to express our respect and love, and we hope very much that you will be able to take care of yourself and your family members. And after the darkest night, sunrise comes, and we wish victory and help to Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine.
Sorry? It's 82% of cases found in the high priority countries. And we can say that it's in this, it's most frequently to be patients affected at the age of 25, 44 years old. And this is one of the most tragic part of the story, because this is the most efficient and effective age of all our colleagues and anyone who are affected with the TB. Out of 30 countries, TB high burden countries, well, we have 9 in our region, and you can see that vast majority of the countries stands with the Central and Eastern European countries. So, of course, the drug-resistant tuberculosis, it's not a secret to anyone, is remaining as the main problem in our region. And as you can see, in 2020, about 69,000 people fell in with the drug-resistant tuberculosis, had been diagnosed with a drug-resistant tuberculosis. Also, to top up this nightmare picture, we should say about the HIV co-infection, and we have 7 times it's people higher risk. You know perfectly well that people with a TB have 7 times higher risk of failing the treatment with if they have the co-infection with HIV, and unfortunately 3 times higher risk to lose their lives. Recently, in September 2022, at the 72nd session of the Regional Committee for WHO Europe, a regional action plan to combat tuberculosis was endorsed by the countries, and we would like to express our deepest gratitude to you, to your country, to your Ministry of Health for full endorsement of the plan. And this plan consider the actions starting from 2023, which is just a few weeks ahead, until 2030. Definitely, in between of these 2 dates, we have the milestones to be shown to be measured in 2025. So to endorse and to facilitate implementation of these plans, we are going to use the recently issued documentation and the guidelines by which been very prolifically produced by our colleagues from the headquarters of the WHO. And as you can see, over the last couple of years, our colleagues from the headquarters had produced a number of the different models, including treatment, diagnostics, care, social support, and the using of different treatment regimens for drug susceptible and drug-resistant tuberculosis. So it's clear that each and every recommendation when they made, it should be evidence-based, and as evidence-based recommendations, they distributed among the 4 categories, where when we have high level of certainty from let's start from very low to very high level certainty of evidence. And definitely these documents which been enabling us to implement a regional action plan, considering not only the clinicians, but also the policymakers, also the patients themselves, our donors and our partners, not only in our region, but also globally. When we speak about the updated diagnostic model, we should highlight the few recommendations. And one of them is the most important, that it's as quick as possible uptake of the WHO recommended molecular diagnostics. And these diagnostics consider definitely these genetic tests like GeneXpert tests, to use them as much as possible as the screening and the primary diagnostic tool for TB and drug-resistant tuberculosis and TB HIV in combination for the different, using the different models and different cartridges, which is now become possible to anyone who has these machines. So then, when we speak about the guidelines about treatment of tuberculosis among the children and adolescents, we can see that one of the key component of each and every treatment is that duration is definitely and significantly shortened in the new recommendations, and also it's the recent document considered not only the recommendations for the treatment, but also for the diagnostics and usage of the different medications for the treatment of the tuberculosis among children and adolescents. Then, when we speak about the using of the GeneXpert and Expert Ultra for the as one of the main diagnostic tool in general population, we can say that it's now fortunately endorsed, and we now can use it as one of the primary tool to diagnose tuberculosis among starting for all ages, basically. And this is one of the revolutionary recommendation which been highlighted in this guideline. Then, when we speak about the next guideline, which is considering the treatment of the tuberculosis, Model 4, famous Model 4 of treatment of the drug-resistant tuberculosis, we should speak about that in this document, we have seen the reprioritization of the different drugs, where some of the drugs being moved up in terms of their importance and based definitely on the evidence-based proven efficacy to treat tuberculosis. And we have the group A medications, which are consisted of levofloxacin and moxifloxacin, bedaquiline, and linezolid. And we have the other medications which been slightly moved down because of their efficacy, toxicity, and efficiency to treatment of the tuberculosis. Also, we have some medications which are basically not recommended anymore to treat tuberculosis. And with this, having fully oral treatment regimens, we are now moving to the era when we don't need to make injections on daily basis for our patients, and which makes any type of treatment of drug-resistant tuberculosis much more easier to uptake, easier to follow, and much more safer for the patient. And when we speak, it's all these slides speaking about the safety and the consideration which been taken into consideration when they've been reprioritized and when they've been moved to the table either up or down. And benefits of these short treatment regimens, which have been recommended by the WHO. And I'm really happy that Ukraine is one of the countries which piloted very quickly, initiated piloting of the not only shorter treatment regimens, but modified short treatment regimens in order to promote and provide our patients with the most recent and most efficient treatments ever. So, as game changers, these treatment regimens, we speaking about of them, they've been definitely, of course, reflected in the key changes of the treatment drug-resistant tuberculosis in this rapid communication, which also been issued this year. And by the end of this year, we're expecting the final version of the document, which will consolidate the latest recommendations on the treatment of the drug-susceptible and drug-resistant tuberculosis altogether. So, but when we speaking about treatment, we should not forget the keystone principle: patient-centered care and support for the patients. And all these documents, all these models, considering that the patient should be always in the center and everything should be delivered and brought as closer to end user as possible in order to make it easier. Definitely, we should also understand this very specific situation of war in your country, where it's very, very difficult to speak about any type of treatment. And when we're speaking about long-term treatment, like a treatment of tuberculosis, it makes your life as a life of the healthcare provider, doctors, nurses, social workers, supporters, etc., much more difficult than the same situation in comparison with the same task in other countries. And that's why where the digital technologies, by using them and by implementing them, you already achieving very, very serious results. And that's exactly what is now specifically highlighted in these documents. So the decentralized, in the nutshell, decentralized Visio-supported treatment brought as close to the patient, remaining as the key and as the keystone for this of the success of the treatment of our patients. And to detail this, WHO has issued and through our European Regional Bureau office, through our regional office, the short guideline. It's on the short guide on the video-supported treatment, and this document also one of the enablers which help you as a clinicians, as a practical doctors, as a social workers, as the nurses, whoever you are, and whoever is listening us now, to bring this patient, bring this treatment as closer to the patient, to help them to get this treatment timely and manage the side effects which probably may arise, also on a very timely manner. I would like to stop here because in future presentations, you will hear more about the details of this. And when we're speaking about the strategic plans, you can see that by implementing through all of them, implementing of these key things like modified treatment regimens, shorter treatment regimens, new drugs, new treatment schemes, and new diagnostics are the key of the success. And Ukraine is on a very right track to do this. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for your attention. And I will stop my presentation now.
Thank you very much from our side, dear Mr. Oktay. We are so grateful for your wonderful Ukrainian, which you used in the beginning of your presentation. It's very important for us. And thank you for a very interesting presentation. Dear colleagues, you now have a unique possibility to ask questions to WHO experts. So if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat box, and we will definitely read them out for the speaker. And now let us continue with our session, and I would like to give floor to Natalia Litvinenko, head of the Department of Chemo-Resistant Tuberculosis Treatment, Doctor of Medical Sciences. So she will share her presentation of success story of treatment of the tuberculosis after receiving new drugs in Ukraine. Thank you, Marina, and I would like to thank Oktay for his wonderful Ukrainian language. Oktay, when you started talking in Ukrainian in the very beginning, now for the first couple of seconds, we were not even able to understand what was going on. And then we were extremely pleased to listen to the Ukrainian language from an WHO expert who is not a native speaker, and your accent was wonderful. Thank you once again. Thank you so much, and please stay with us till the end of this session, because after the presentations we'll have time for the discussion, and we would like to discuss important strategic issues with you, and maybe our participants will have some questions for you. And now I will start with my presentation, and our conference as many speakers mentioned, was organized to celebrate the anniversary of our institute, and I would like to talk about some achievements in the physiology sphere of our research center and our department that works in the institute, and it has existed for many, many years already, supporting the vector started by academician Janowski back in 1920s. So we studied and implemented certain innovations in the antimicrobial therapy in tuberculosis patients. It has for a long time been the main vector for development of clinical areas of pulmonology, and you heard from the previous speakers already that the institute has been involved not only in clinical treatment of patients, but also we're engaged in modern microbiological research, and we have well-developed surgery sector in our institute, as well as physiopulmonology and pulmonology areas. But I would like to emphasize that when we are talking about treatment and innovative methods and innovative research in the therapeutic sphere and chemotherapy of tuberculosis patients, for a long time it has been and it still is the main activity area for our institute. I do not want to go too far back in history, so I will start in 2017. This year can be seen as the beginning of the new era of antimicrobacterial therapy, when new antimicrobacterial drugs were developed and introduced, and ridapirin was one of the first. You can see the world map, and the green color is used to mark the countries where the bedaquiline is used. Ukraine already at that time was green, because in July 2017, with support from the PATH and Challenge TB project, at that time that project was implemented in Ukraine with financial support from the USAID. So they bought bedaquiline, and it was brought to Ukraine, and it was not even registered in Ukraine at that time, but our institute had the possibility to treat patients using this innovative regimen. These activities became possible with support from the Ministry of Health, the Center for Public Health of the Ministry of Ukraine, which signed respective permit documents. And we would like to thank separately to the Tuberculosis Control Office of the Public Health Center and Yana Terleva, who is the head of that office. They supported us at that time and helped us with everything necessary to introduce the use of bedaquiline in the innovative regimen framework. So we had that international team and support, and with that help we were able to administer bedaquiline in July 2017, and we did a lot at that time. We developed the algorithm of the use of mycobacterial drugs in December 2012. Then in January 2017, we submitted an application to GDF to receive 200 courses of bedaquiline. That was the first experience for our institute submitting this application with support from our partners at the Public Health Center that helped us and supported the whole process. And of course, everything was done under with good technical support from Challenge TB. We received permits for using bedaquiline, and of the fourth step in this progress for us was understanding the efficiency of this drug, and 200 courses packages was not enough. So in July 2018, we submitted the second application for GDF to receive other additional courses of bedaquiline. It was only used in the institute because it was not registered at that time, but people with tuberculosis in those years already were able to be treated using this innovative drug, innovative at that moment. In 2019, in February, bedaquiline was procured according to the national order, and the institute, together with other anti-tuberculosis facilities, also received further packages of bedaquiline. And all this experience of our work within the framework of the project enabled the institute not only to use bedaquiline, but also to study its efficiency, to research the combinations, and we carried out large-scale research concerning the optimal duration of treatment courses. And I will talk about it a little bit later. So when we saw efficiency of bedaquiline, we came up with an idea that lengthy treatment for 2 years, 17 to 20 months for patients with resistant forms of tuberculosis, multi-drug resistance. These processes were too long, so we wanted to study various durations at various periods of mycobacterial therapy. So we sampled patients in 2017 to 2020. We selected 425 patients, and these people were divided into 3 groups retrospectively with various periods, with various duration of therapy. You can see this group on the screen. So all these 425 people were those who successfully completed antimycobacterial therapy. So we split them into 3 groups with various periods of treatment to register the relapses of disease. So the treating so many people efficiently totaled 92%, even at that time, even in the absence of delamanid, and even given all those individualized treatment plans, we were able to achieve such high results. First, we improved diagnostics. The institute, for the first time, implemented the early molecular diagnostics of tuberculosis, and at that time, back in 2017, thanks to our partners, thanks to support from the USAID, from the Public Health Center, with their support, we were able to provide the complete package of antimycobacterial drugs. So there were no gaps in supply of these drugs. So for us, it was possible to develop efficient schemes for each patient with efficient drugs, and we were able to continue administering bedaquiline for more than 6 months. It's non-use now, but back in 2017 to 2018, if you remember, we had very strict recommendations that bedaquiline could be used for 6 months only. But we studied the duration of bedaquiline treatment for the entire course. And in 2019, delamanid appeared, and we combined the use of this drug within the framework of regimen. And of course, each patient was very carefully monitored throughout the entire treatment period. So we were able to monitor all the changes in patients. We controlled all the microbiological methods of monitoring because it was a new drug, and we tested and piloted new innovative approaches in mycobacterial therapy. So computer tomogram of the chest was carried out in the beginning, in the 6 months of treatment, and in the end of the treatment period. Each patient was subject to active pharmaceutical monitoring and control. AIS system was used for registering the outcomes. All doctors were treated in early detection of side effects and unwanted effects. As to the social support and human-centered, patient-centered approach, now, colleagues, for you, video is nothing new for you because of this COVID and war situation. This practice has become routine for us. But back in 2017, we were one of the first who introduced video for patients treated with bedaquiline within the framework of new regimen. In addition to this, comprehensive psychological support and counseling was provided to patients. And here you can see some pictures from those stormy years of the beginning of the use of bedaquiline. These are our patients who were happy and encouraged to be engaged in art therapy. These are real people. They've been cured already. And you can see how many young men were happy to draw these positive pictures, because it's normally believed that these methods and psychological assistance are more positively perceived by women. But we broke that stereotype and proved in our work that men are also responsive to modern methods of psychological support. You can see the pictures the pictures drawn by our patients with tuberculosis. These were not professional artists. They have had no education, no respective skills, but these pictures were drawn with love, with positive attitude, with very kind vibe and energy, helping them to get cured. When we analyzed the results from our patients, we saw that some of them stopped emitting bacteria. So the culture that happened at the very early stages of treatment during the first months. For some of them, emission of bacteria stopped a little bit later. So what were the patients? If we look at the risk factors, we will see that these were patients with deeper processes in their lungs that had previous experience of tuberculosis treatment, and these were patients who had a wide resistance profile. And in accordance to these received data, we developed the algorithms of treatment, and we single out basic and supportive criteria for clinical practitioners that would help them to determine the optimal duration of therapy. And one clear therapy criterion was identified. So when we see the results on the 6 months of treatment of negativation of the culture, we can be sure to shorten the treatment period to 12 months to reduce it. But of course, that should be done in the conditions when a sufficient amount of drugs is available, and supportive criteria should also be present, so that the positive processes in lungs should be observed, preserved, then resistance should be absent. So there is no sense for us then to continue treatment. If we have some supportive criteria on the 6 months of treatment, then the period should not exceed, may not, or maybe shortened to 14 months. And then when we see this termination of bacteria emission after the 3rd or 4th month, only then we have to administer the complete treatment course for 20 months.
Here I want to show you a few photos. This is our first patients who started to be treated with Equilin in 2017. These are our partners who have always supported our patients, patient organizations who came to us. These people in the photos, they are cured. They came back to normal life. Many of them, they created families, had children. Some of them had grandchildren. So it allowed people to have a full life. And if we talk about monitoring period, you can see that the number of relapses, so in all groups, it was very low, which allows us again to recommend so the individualized regimen, 12, maximum 14 months, not longer than that. Since 2019, as I mentioned, that there was no need to have long-term treatment. Even before WHO recommended short-term modified regimen, as a part of operational research. Since 2019, we started to develop standard short-term regimens for 9 months. And you can see 2 regimens. And so you can see that they were very effective, 93-95%. With really good good results, and so it was left just to choose the regimen which was suitable for a particular patient. Also in 2019, the project BPAL started, and this project was implemented by OAS with KNCV support. And as it has been mentioned before, at the time, Pritamanid was not registered in Ukraine yet, and so it was possible to organize this OR only in the institute, which we already did, but that's what we are going to discuss during our next session. These are our first patients who signed informed consent. Here we are talking about 2020, and as our international partners mentioned, from our partners from TB Alliance, that Ukraine was one of the first, even first country in the world which started to use BPAL regimen, not as a part of clinical trials, but as OR. We achieved really good results. Again, 92% of effective treatment, and now without relapses. And it was difficult to implement this project because it was at the same time with COVID and with a full-scale invasion. And without support of partner organization, we wouldn't have been able to achieve these wonderful results. So we had delivery of patients to the institute. We had support of patient organizations, TB people, and during the war we managed, so when full-scale invasion started in Ukraine, we managed to send drugs to all patients in regions. You can see photos so that they could continue their treatment using BPAL at home. And all these results of course, they were achieved by communication with partners, sharing information in the media. You can see that in January 2022, it was one of the first publications in Lancet magazine about using BIPAL regimen in Ukraine, and it was organized by support of TB Alliance. And here in the photo, you can see our patients who are giving interviews together with TB Alliance. So we have had a really long way in this direction. And since January of 2022, I have only 2 more slides. We started our new OR in our institute about 2 6-month regimens, because we can see, based on the example of BIPAL, that treatment is very effective even with 6 months term, but we are very ambitious with our goal to compare it with other 6 months regimen, where you can see so you can see other regimen without fluoroquinolone, and you can see that more than 80 patients are being treated. We haven't received the results yet. We are still recruiting patients for this OR. And what has been said by TB Alliance since September 2022, we started to implement regimen BIPAL-M for patients who are patients of the institute. So far we've had 19 patients BIPAL-M, so they continue with 16 patients. So 3 of them, they were moved to BIPAL because of resilience and now we have BIPAL of 600 milligrams. That's for 7 patients. And all the results that we have achieved, I really love this slide. We show it in many events. It shows that the treatment of DRTB is 100% effective. All people who went through the short-term regimens, they are cured. And short-term regimens with like new drugs, that's not like using people as guinea pigs, but actually bringing them possibility of live normal and full life. Thank you. It was really pleasant to listen and to remember how we all started, how we introduced Bidaquilin here in Ukraine, and then what we do now. In the further sessions, we will give you more information about these regimens. And now I'm giving the floor to Salah Faraide and from TB Alliance. And it will be a presentation about BIPAL regimen with MDR-TB. And DRTB.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
And can you see my screen now? So, hello everyone. I'm so glad to be here, and thank you so much for the invite and to be part of this great conference. My name is Salah Freda, and I'm head of medical affairs at TB Alliance. And TB Alliance is a nonprofit organization dedicated to discovery, development, and delivery of TB drugs. Today, I will be presenting a story, the BPAL story, or the use of pretomanid with bedaquiline and linezolid in drug-resistant TB. I will be very quickly covering the story of BPAL, which includes NextTB trial and then the Z-NextTB trial. I know my colleague from MSF will be covering the TB practical trial, and a quick reminder of the WHO rapid communication that came out in May of this year. I will start with the NextTB trial, which was conducted a few years ago by TB Alliance to investigate the BPAL regimen in drug-resistant TB. So as you may know, NextTB trial was conducted a few years ago, and it was published in the New England Journal of Medicine in March of 2020. In this study, we recruited 109 patients or participants with either XDR-TB or MDR-TB. And as you know, when I'm saying XDR and MDR here, I'm using the old definitions by WHO before 2021. The results of the NextTB trial or BPAL regimen in these highly drug-resistant TB patients, it showed that 90% of all participants had favorable outcomes. This is very high success rate compared to the historical regimens to treat drug-resistant TB or highly drug-resistant TB. And this cure meant both clinical and bacteriological resolution 6 months after end of treatment. In March of 2021, which was last year, we followed all patients for 2 years after end of treatment, and this was a secondary endpoint. And when we followed all these patients for full 2 years after end of treatment, the 90% success rates was sustained and remained. So, which means that relapses were very minor. So again, 90% success rate was sustained even 2 years after end of treatment. So I'm now switching to the second study, which was Z-NEXT. And as you may know, Z-NEXT was also published in September of this year, 2022, at the New England Journal of Medicine as well. And as a background, in NextTB trial, we used the high dose of linezolid, which was 1,200 milligram. And this high dose of linezolid, 1,200 milligram, led to a very high success rate, which is 90%. However, this high dose of linezolid was associated with expected adverse events due to the high dose of linezolid. And these adverse events were mainly peripheral neuropathy and myelosuppression or bone marrow suppression, or presented as anemia. So the idea of Z-NEXT was to investigate if we can maintain the high success rate of 90% with improved safety by reducing the exposure to linezolid.
Дослідження Z-NEXT було розбите на 3 етапи. Це були
Bedaquiline and pretomanid were not blinded. However, linezolid, both dose and duration were double-blinded. These are the 4 arms of BPAL regimen in Z-NEXT. In this arm, the first arm was similar, identical to NextTB trial, which is using the high dose of linezolid, 1,200 milligram for 6 months. And this arm, same dose, but for shorter duration, 2 months. And the third arm was half the dose, which is 600 milligram for 6 months. And the last arm was 600 milligram for a shorter duration. Again, we recruited patients with XDR, pre-XDR, and MDR. And here again, I'm using the definitions, the WHO definitions before 2021. The duration of treatment was 6 months, and the primary endpoint was 6 months after end of treatment, which I am presenting today and which was published in the New England Journal of Medicine. The full evaluation of study is 18 months after end of treatment, and hopefully we will be able to present the secondary endpoint next year or so. The primary endpoint was both clinical and microbiological status 6 months after end of treatment. And if patient is cured, this is considered a favorable outcome. Anything else would be considered unfavorable outcome, which includes clinical failure, bacteriological failure, relapses, withdrawals, any alternative treatment, or death during the clinical trial. You can find the inclusion criteria on clinicaltrials.gov. We recruited males and females, age 14 and older, and with XDR, pre-XDR, or MDR, TB, using the older definitions by WHO. Exclusion criteria were mainly, you can find also the exclusion criteria on clinicaltrials.gov. However, we excluded patients with who may have resistance to any of the components of the regimen. In this study, Zenix trial, we recruited 181 patients from 4 countries in different areas, and they were randomized into one of the 4 arms, 45 patients in each arm, with a total of 181 patients. This is the baseline characteristics, and as you can see here, the mean age was 37 years. 2/3 were males, white and black. 20% of the participants recruited in this trial were HIV positive, and we had all types of MDR and pre-XDR and XDR TB patients. This is the primary efficacy analysis, and as you can see here, the primary efficacy analysis was also very close to 90%. This is very similar to what we observed in NICS. So in this study confirmed the results that we observed in NICS from an efficacy perspective. And all 4 arms were effective around the 90% with different percentages across the arms, but all were effective. The unfavorable outcome, which means, which is here, were 19 patients out of 181, which means 10.7% with unfavorable outcome. So these results confirm and are consistent with what we observed in NICS. The time to culture negative was 6 weeks. That's the median time for all arms, whether using the 1200 milligram or the 600 milligram for 6 months or 2 months. These are the adverse events with a special interest, and we looked mainly at peripheral neuropathy, optic neuropathy, and anemia. And as you can see here, peripheral neuropathy is more when you're using the 1200 milligram for 6 months, and it's less when you're using the 600 milligram. The optic neuropathy, which is a serious adverse events, were all in this arm of 1200 milligram for 6 months, 0 in all other arms. And thankfully, all the 4 cases who had optic neuropathy by using the 1200 milligram for 6 months were resolved when we stopped linezolid. So all of them resolved. The number of participants with worsening grade of anemia, as you can see here, were very lower when we used the 600 milligram of linezolid for 6 months or 2 months. This slide shows the percentage of patients who needed to modify their linezolid dose. And modifications will include reduction or temporary interruption or permanent discontinuation. And as you can see here, 50% of participants who started with 1200 milligram needed to modify their linezolid dose, lower percentage with 1200 milligram for 2 months or 9 weeks. And as you can see here, only 6 patients in arms who started with 600 milligram needed any modifications to their linezolid dose. The conclusions from Zenix, and this was published at the New England Journal of Medicine September of this year, that we observed high efficacy of all arms, across all arms. And it appears that lower adverse events are associated with lower doses of linezolid or shorter duration of linezolid or both. We did a risk-benefit analysis to evaluate the 4 arms, and we concluded that the third arm, which is the 600 milligram of linezolid for 6 months, appears to have the most favorable risk-benefit profile. After NICS, based on NICS, the FDA approved, the US FDA approved the BPAL regimen. It was also approved by the European Medicine Agency, and it was also recommended by the WHO guidelines in 2020. Operational research started 2 years ago, and as everyone said, Ukraine was the first country to start the operational research for BPAL regimen. And we observed, and thank you, Ukraine, because we observed a very consistent results, very effective results using BPAL in operational research, which was consistent with what we observed in clinical trials. The WHO reacted very rapidly to the results coming from Zenix, results coming from TB Practical, the GDG, or the Group for Development Guidelines. They met in earlier this year, in January and February and March of this year. They reviewed the evidence coming from Zenix, evidence coming from TB Practical, and for sure, they observed the results coming from countries like Ukraine, and they reacted very quickly by issuing the new rapid communication that came in May of this year about the BPAL-M and BPAL regimen that showed high treatment success. And I'm sharing here part of this rapid communication. It says almost all people with drug-resistant TB could be treated with this 6-month all-oral highly effective therapy under programmatic conditions. This is different from what we observed from WHO in 2020, because in 2020 the recommendation was under operational research. Now, as you can see, it's under programmatic or routine conditions based on the accumulating evidence coming from Zenix, TB Practical, and even from countries. And almost here refers to all patients above the age of 14, because we did not investigate this in patients below age of 14, and also to patients who actually are not resistant to the BPAL regimen components. The 2 BPAL-based regimens recommended by WHO were either BPAL or BPAL-M plus MOXIE. And this is just a summary of the WHO rapid communication in May 2020 regarding BPAL and BPAL-M. almost all drug resistant TB, and this is based on TB Practical, as you will see in the next presentation. It's under programmatic conditions, and the evidence suggested that the 600 milligram daily dosing of linezolid is recommended here. And there was previous concerns on the reproductive safety of pretomanid. As you can see in the rapid communication, that evidence has largely alleviated previous concerns on reproductive toxicity that were observed in mice and rats. It was not observed in monkeys or human studies. I would like to really thank all the participants who enrolled in our clinical trials, investigators, funders, and many collaborators and partners, and TB Alliance donors, as you can see here. And I would like to thank Ukraine for adopting the regimen, being the first country to implement BPAL under Operation Research, and showing that the regimen could work effectively outside of the clinical trials, not only in clinical trials, but actually in the field, in the medical field. So thank you so much. This is my email. Feel free to reach out with any questions. Thank you.
We thank you for your very interesting presentation. I think it was very comprehensive and everyone was very interested to see how this regimen was studied and dosage, and it was completely new information about BPAL-M regimen. So thank you very much for this information, and dear colleagues, you can leave your questions in the chat box so we can discuss them online. And now I'm happy to give floor to our long-standing partner, Yana Terleva, the National Manager on Tuberculosis and Head of the Department for Coordination of Programs on Tuberculosis Treatment of the Center for Public Health. So she will have a presentation of achieving strategic goals on the tuberculosis fighting in Ukraine in the war conditions. The floor is yours, Mr. Leva. Greetings, colleagues. Can you see my presentation on the screen now, and can you hear me? Okay, excellent. So it's my pleasure to welcome all participants of this national conference again. And you know, when I was getting ready for this conference, of course, I wanted to mention that over the last years, we use these platforms, the international fora, to focus and talk about efficiency of our national anti-tuberculosis program implemented in Ukraine. And today we are ready to say that there are a lot of circumstances related to military aggression against Ukraine, which can eliminate some of our achievements, because we are below the average level of economic development. We are experiencing humanitarian crisis, and today we have these increased migration processes, and it's so bad now because migration is as high as never before since World War II. And we're also losing institutional capacity. More than 100 hospitals were destroyed or damaged. And our specialists have to solve problems they were never involved in before, and that affects the efficiency of their provision of assistance to wounded soldiers. So when we are talking about control of infectious diseases, should be kept at the same level, because we should be aware that the war is the factor that unfortunately deteriorates the conditions for provision of anti-tuberculosis services. But still, I'm sure that our cohesion and activities that we implemented over the last decade will enable us to continue provision of services in these difficult conditions.
Now you can see the slide from the report which was published last year from WHO, and unfortunately Ukraine still has a pretty high death rate, which is much higher than in European region in general, even though it is lower than the world level. And we can see that the whole world hasn't come back to the situation pre-COVID, and basically we haven't restored the registry and diagnostics of tuberculosis on pre-COVID period, and we understand that in Ukraine many people are under occupation or they're in shelter, a bomb shelter, and they don't know that they have tuberculosis. And it's very important to find every person, every patient who can have this terrible diagnosis and to help them on their way for treatment. We also see that we have like some strengths. We already discussed a lot this short regimen, and it's a big pride for all of us and the achievement of our team on national, regional levels. And it's very timely because we can see that success rate of the RTB, it is so that's why we need to do everything possible to improve these indicators to be better than the global level. If we say that now many patients they go abroad, so of course we need to improve our inter-country cooperation so that every person who becomes a refugee in the different countries, so that they can continue their treatment. And so we cooperate with WHO, and I am a focal point, Yana Terleva, and I know where to go in which country so that we can direct patients so that they can continue their treatment. And as now many doctors, every healthcare professional, I want to address all of you because we need to fight for every patient, because these are people who will come back home to restore and rebuild our country. So please don't hesitate to contact me to resolve any patient case. If we talk about implementation of different global initiatives, it's very pleasant for me to say that there is political will to review the law on combating tuberculosis, and there is a lot of work done on the level of the committee, on the Ministry of Healthcare, on the Central Public Health, so that the rights of healthcare professionals and patients to be more protected, and so that we step away from obsolete norms, and so that we can move to European integration, because that is the process which requires systematic changes in all directions, including healthcare and physiology. Also, we have a few strategies of eradication tuberculosis till 2030. And also, I would like to say that WHO strategy is including to new. So we are part of this global plan, action plan, and so we are following this strategy of tuberculosis and hepatitis in this 3-year plan, and we hope to develop a national plan so that we are in line with recommendations of WHO. And also, we have the national strategy of developing tuberculosis services and also a plan for implementation. And also, we don't stop here. We understand that we need to implement certain changes so that we can restore services for tuberculosis and other directions which influence our programs. And for this reason, tomorrow, actually no, on Friday, we are finalizing the work on the plan of restoring the service, which will be introduced to healthcare community, and the main actions will be aimed at restoring their capacity for personnel, and so that we can provide high-quality healthcare services, and to show that the state is interested in cooperating with each and every one of you. And I believe that we need to focus on the fact that what we actually have achieved just over the past few years. And this year and a half were not easy because we went through COVID pandemic, and at that time we felt that that was the biggest barrier that we can face, or the biggest challenge for the state. But of course now we know that something worse can happen, and we work in these worse conditions now. And maybe not all processes were harmonized, but we are moving forward and quite rapidly, and we're improving different services. So every year we are reviewing standards for treating tuberculosis. And today there is a final stage of adopting their tuberculosis treatment, which will be in line with WHO. So we will start New Year probably with candles and reading this new document. Every year we review the different drugs, and this year our state is going to procure or is procuring all the drugs through the process of public procurement. But of course now the budget money is going to support the war, and now we have support of donors. And also we started to procure protamide, which is not available for all countries. So it is accessible for every country, in every family in our country. And it's a huge achievement of the state, which managed to procure and deliver this drug, even though many logistics chains are destroyed or damaged. But we are able to provide this drug to our patients. Also, we started to use rifampicin to shorten prevention regimen, and so that we can follow the new guidelines of WHO. And this is an important drug when we are treating tuberculosis, not just for prevention. Also, we have many achievements if we talk about implementation and organizing research potential. Every year we have some new norms and regulations on infectious control. We also have achievements on strengthening capacity. Also, we understand that in order to fight TB, to cure TB, it's not enough just to choose the right regimen and take into account all AE, but we need also to overcome different barriers that patient can experience. And we can fight this with our strategic group, also our civil society and international partners. And today we are talking about personal data and protecting information. Of course, we need to really focus on and protect this data. And because unfortunately we have risks, and it's not risk only in Ukraine, but in many European countries as well. And so that's something that we are going to look into more in the coming years. And next week, you are going to receive step-by-step instructions how you can start a new electronic system. And we are really grateful to the partner, to the system about how we could provide all the services with the previous system, and but we need to move forward and we need to implement this electronic system, which will give us more opportunities for high quality healthcare services and to make management decisions. So we ask you to support this new system. We know that it's not easy. We understand that you all work without electricity, sometimes without heating. So it won't be easy, but I am sure that we will manage to achieve this as well. Unfortunately, we need to mention that not only healthcare infrastructure are damaged or destroyed, and basically 8 regions had very serious level of damage or destruction. So this is TB department in Bucha, and that's the place. And also, I remember this department in Makarev, where it's almost destroyed, in Chernihiv, in many other communities. They keep working under shelling and with under all the threats, but people keep going to work and they keep just fulfilling their duties. And it shows how dedicated our personnel and our team are, and it shows the strength of us as a nation, and each of you is very strong. We understand that our doctors are exhausted, even though we had a professional burnout before and stigma around this disease. And today you also need to work in the situation of humanitarian crisis. And so, of course, one of our priorities is to keep working in emergency conditions. And I'm really grateful that on the first day of war, you followed all the guidelines which we received from the national program and the regional programs. And you also made decisions locally which saved dozens of lives of our patients, when you gave the drugs to patients, when you got in touch with your patients because they were scared, because everybody was scared at the time. But now we need to do everything possible to support our team, so to do all the measures to avoid gaps in deliveries of drugs. And we don't see any high risks that like these big gaps, because we formed all the requests and for procuring the necessary drugs. And also we informed WHO about new regimens, and we included all the procurement plans, including these new regimens. And we are supported by WHO and also the Global Fund and our national partners, for example, the Institute included. So now, if we talk about the directions, what we need to focus on, that's of course early diagnostics, and we understand that you are the professionals who can help those agencies that are responsible for this. And you need to train family doctors. And now we also made very important initiatives.
We approved the order on tuberculosis detection in March this year, and then we developed a system of reporting to ensure implementation of this order, and we collect all the data concerning examination of the risk group, and we need a very powerful support from our physiology service. Then we have to expand the use of genetic methods of the diagnosis, and we will talk about it a little bit more today. And we are also planning to go further. We are not going to stop here, and we carry out research looking into the reasons of under-detection of tuberculosis with support of the WHO. And of course, we will continue implementation of various initiatives for vulnerable groups of the populations. We procured X-ray machines by our center with support of our international supports. We also procured cameras that will help us to identify rarely detected signs of tuberculosis, and we will also use them for working with those groups of populations that are difficult for access. Then we have an agreement concerning diagnosis, optimization of laboratories with diagnosis devices, which shortens the diagnosing period for 4 days. And we understand that it's also not ambitious enough for us. I think we can shorten it to 3 or 2 days. And we have to do our best in order to achieve this result. But at the same time, we have to think about the laboratory network. At the primary level, it's not optimal today. And unfortunately, we do not use these molecular genetic methods because approximately 80% should be diagnosed using molecular genetic methods. I also mentioned that every time we're talking about standards, drugs, and training from the state, state side, we did everything to provide you with the tools for high quality identification and treatment of tuberculosis partners. We still have partners, and you can see them in our report, and they help us to identify other relevant cohorts. All research is available on the website of our centers, and you can use that in the field. And for the first time over the last several years, we are now talking about improvement of the results, efficiency of multi-resistant and extreme resistant forms of tuberculosis. So we introduced all these initiatives not in vain, and all these success stories are the result of your work, but we think that this level should be raised even higher because optimization of the healthcare system should be aimed at ensuring complete treatment of 90% of patients. You can see one slide here, which covers over 3 years of activities of our professional community, moving from small initiatives to larger scale projects within months of implementation of bedaquiline. And when we moved very quickly at the countrywide scale, when we moved to using new regimen, and we now keep this pace, and I'm proud to say that we already have results of successful implementation of bedaquiline regime in fact, actually all regions, and we are going to suggest this initiative in Kherson region that was liberated. And I hope that one day the entire country, including the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, will be able to implement BPAL regimen on a programmatic level in accordance with WHO recommendations. We can also see that we do not use the full range of supporting services, psychological counseling, and we have planned for the upcoming year, and we allocated for the first time money from the Ministry of Health So we've already completed the package of normative documents necessary for implementation and delivery of psychosocial services through the Ministry of Health with money allocated from the state budget that will be delivered through the offices of the Public Health Center. It was quite difficult for us to find money for the upcoming year because we already exhausted the public services, but we received additional grant from our partner, and in January we are going to receive this money, and I'm happy to inform you that the supportive services will also be provided from the Global Fund and from the state budget. We pay more and more attention to comprehensive management of tuberculosis and HIV, and you can see a very clear graphs here that demonstrate that 90% was quite achievable, and as of today we say that this is a brilliant, wonderful result. We have 99% of tests for HIV infection, and patients receive access to necessary drugs and diagnostics. And I'm pleased to say that despite the war over the 10 months, we can see that all regions keep at the level of 90% still of coverage of this comprehensive management, because our patients do not only have HIV, but also they have hepatitis and other comorbidities such as diabetes. And in the conditions of the war, we have to try and provide comprehensive medical assistance to them. Concerning provision of resources in each region, we can see that they are still capable anti-tuberculosis services, and we are proud of them together with the Ministry of Health, because these services adapted to new reality very quickly, and they fight at their medical front despite all the difficulties and atrocities that they face. We see the number of medical professionals is not always optimal, and we believe that our doctors will come back and they will work with more resilience and commitment in our country. You can see these faces on the picture, smiling, dedicated, highly professional. They are real Ukrainians who are ready to overcome any difficulties that we are facing today. Finalizing my presentation, I would like to say that tuberculosis is a more multi-sectoral disease, and our programs, regional programs, should be more dedicated to connections of social determinants, and we have to pay more attention to specific features of communities, sectors, and we have to involve other specialists. And I think that we as doctors will do our work, but everyone should make their own contribution to fighting tuberculosis, so that there are no stigmatization, so that there is social protection, and that we are able to solve the problems that we encounter in our work. And we have to facilitate development of Ukrainians as a healthy nation. We work very hard at the national level, and we developed a national roadmap that covered all ministries and agencies, involving them into the anti-tuberculosis programs. We have national fora that are organized here. You can see the second national dialogue that brought together actually all stakeholders in the anti-tuberculosis program, but now the war brought us together even more. And you can see that we should not forget that the third large block is related to research, innovations. So one of the leaders here, we are as the Public Health Center and your institute implement a lot of research activities because you have highly qualified specialists, and during 3 years you can see the research papers that were published. These are not all, but these are major strategic documents that were included into national policies. So quite promising potential is available here that has to be used in our country. So this research paper should be used for adopting strategic decisions. And today, both research sphere and practical sphere are moving forward, and that strengthens our positions a lot. As to our plans, of course, our plan is to win this war and to win our enemy, which is tuberculosis as well. So thank you very much. I wish you peace and health. And back to the moderators, if you have any questions. Thank you, Dr. Yanas. Thank you very much. It was very important for us to listen to the strategic goals, ways to achieve them. So thank you very much. Please, if you have any questions, leave them in the chat box. And we have some changes. We do not have Emil Kazunis, so for technical reasons he was not able to join us, but this presentation is moved to the second masterclass. So now we do not have enough time now, so if you have any questions, leave them in the chat. And now we are going to give answers to the questions that we've already received. So we have questions about the methodologies that are used to provide psychological support in inpatient hospitals. If you have any training materials, that would be good. So, and how do you select participants? Thank you, Marina, for this question, but I would like to address these questions to Yulia Senko, who works in our institute, and she is a pioneer and specialist for provision of psychological counseling support. She is not only a doctor, but also a psychologist that uses all the methods that I mentioned in my presentation. So Yulia was the person who delivered all those sessions. Thank you for this question. So given the diagnosis, we provide psychological support to all patients with resistant forms of tuberculosis and no emissions of bacteria. So we organize group sessions for these patients. Those who have emissions are entitled to individual consultations. So we use art therapy methods. You saw Dr. Natalia's presentations. She demonstrated some pictures from the psychological support sessions. We also organize group sessions for supporting patients where they share their personal experience. So those who were whose tuberculosis was treated, they share their experience and recommendations about overcoming tuberculosis. Thank you. Thank you, Yulia. And I would like to ask several questions. First of all, to Oktay. Oktay, are you with us now, Dr. Oktay? Yeah. Thank you. So the question is addressed to you, Dr. Oktay. So can you reveal the intrigue? When can we expect the latest international recommendations from the WHO? Because it was announced that it would happen in the end of this year, and probably you can reveal this secret, what clinicists will be able to see in these recommendations.
Heard the question. It's either in English, not in Ukrainian. I don't know why it's like this. Can either repeat this question?
I will repeat it.
We will have announce about implementation this recommendation in the end of this year. And what in this recommendation will be for clinicians, most news, most innovations.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Now it's clear. The 3 points, 3 main recommendations, which I would like to say, it will be the same like it was written in the rapid communication, point 1. But 3 things we need to consider is the short treatment regimens. In our region, the modified short treatment regimens, the shortened treatment regimens, and introduction of the BPAL. BPAL-M, well, Ukraine knows this perfectly well, already has recommended themselves as the most advanced, most efficient ways of treatment. That's for the clinicians. Also for the clinicians, the second point would be it's extremely important in usage and shifting from the microscopy to the molecular diagnostic tests, so WHO recommended tests. So we should use them and replace them instead of the microscopy, and use them as much as possible to immediately test our patients for all 3 diseases, at least for the, it's wherever possible, TB, HIV, and viral hepatitis, and immediately initiate the treatment. It is now possible to do all in one day. I hope I have answered the question.
Thank you very much. And it's very important for us. And my second question for Salah. Salah, you can hear?
Yes.
Yes. My question for Salah about BPAL-M. What's the hot news for clinician about this regimen? What you will told about this regimen, about treatment efficacy and about safety and tolerability BPAL-M, and maybe some points about simplicity B, if you know, because it's very interesting for us too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Natalia, for the question. As you know, in TB Alliance, we investigated BPAL regimen without the moxifloxacin. The moxifloxacin is coming from the TB Practical, which I think will be presented today and should have been presented today by our partners and colleagues in MSF, or Doctors Without Borders. However, TB Practical results were presented 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, at the Union Conference. And it showed consistent results, consistent with what we observed in Nixon and Xenix, and what we observed in many countries, specifically in Ukraine. So BPAL was effective. BPAL-M was also effective. They were close to each other from an efficacy and safety perspective. But as the WHO rapid communication said, both can be used effectively and safely, whether BPAL or BPAL-M. Depends on the fluoroquinolone sensitivity. And my understanding is the official formal long guidelines, WHO guidelines, will come out this year as well. So we're waiting for that. From my perspective, I think both are effective, both are safe, BPAL and BPAL-M. Depends on sensitivity to quinolones. And I think they can be used, both can be used in sensitive patients to the components of the regimens. To your question about Simplicity TB, so this is a different regimen. It's not related to BPAL, it's BPMZ. Completely different regimen. It was accepted to be presented at the CROI, the Conference for Retrospective and Opportunistic Infections. CROI will take place in February of next year, in less than 2 months. And we will be presenting the results from Simplicity B at this conference. So more to come in less than 2 months. That's confidential because it is accepted at CROI, and we will be presenting the results in less than 2 months at CROI conference. Thank you.
Then, thank you very much. It's very interesting and important for us, and we hope it's maybe very excellent and good results. And we made to see Simplicity B regimen for drug susceptibility patients too. And as I know, its regimen will be recommended for TB sensitive patients.
Yeah, thank you. We'll be sharing the results in less than 2 months at the CROI.
It's very long time for us. Thank you. Thank you, Salah, very much. Так, и
And I would like to ask a question to Yana. Miss Yana, are you with us? Yes, you are with us. So, Ms. Yana, thank you very much for your partner support of the Institute and all the way that we have come together on introducing new drugs. I remember how much you supported us at the very beginning when bedaquiline was only used in the Institute before it was registered in Ukraine. And then when we offered Pertamine, then we started BPAL in 2020, because without this support, we would never have achieved all these wonderful results. So thank you very much for that. And I have a short question about BPAL-M. With your blessing, we started in the Institute to work with BPAL-M, and you know that. We already have 16 people who are being treated. So for now, we have wonderful results. So we started that in September, some of them a bit later, and maybe you can share some strategic plans about BPAL-M, how we are going to extend it in Ukraine after international experts share their recommendations. I mean, this latest recommendations of WHO. So when can our doctors expect BPLM in the region? Thank you very much, Natalia. It is a really good, important question because we started working in this for doctors to be prepared and started to change their approaches because there are certain concerns that Protamine, that's the third drug which became accessible over the past 50 years. So it is very important to be cautious and to be professional. And we need to be very careful with every pill so that we can use these opportunities for next generations. And so we need to use every opportunity to use the short-term regimens. And we all the time track the news from WHO. As soon as the guidelines of WHO are available, where they recommend for program use, so we are really ready to change the standards, and the changes will not be as major. So I think that this process is going to be pretty fast, even though we have moreover we have expert support, and we can develop the standard on a high level and of high quality. So the first question that we have, so that's basically, and so in the first place, we need to approve the standard to use these new initiatives. And it will all depend on when recommendations of WHO is issued, because of the past few years, we only work with evidence-based medicine. And mostly we use the evidence of WHO. And of course, the second thing is that we need to have enough drugs, because we will need to use moxifloxacin and protamine and bedaquiline. And so we try to adjust our procurement plan. Because we are planning to move to these regimens, we assumed that most probably starting in May, our country is going to implement BPL-M on a larger scale. But of course, it doesn't only depend on us, but on WHO, on the Ministry of Health, on the Center of Public Health. But step by step, we are going to implement these approaches. But we don't have that much time, so basically now the New Year holidays are coming, and then we have reporting period, and then the TB combatant months. And so now we are trying to do everything possible so that doctors are following all the presentations and discussions of all the partners, so that they know what to focus on, and so that we can have good capacity to implement this regimen really fast, because this is the third very important directions where we will need support of our regional teams so that they can implement these initiatives coming from the national level. So we have pretty ambitious plans. We won't be able to relax. We will have a lot of new initiatives. But we see that doctors on local levels, they are very enthusiastic, and they are ready to implement all the innovations which are recommended by national and international stakeholders. So I'm sure it will be a very interesting part of work that we are going to implement, and because we have a lot of attention to this direction. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Yana, for this exhaustive answer. And I think the colleagues who are listening to us and colleagues who are going to listen to us on YouTube channel who cannot join us live because we get a lot of comments in the chat that people don't have electricity or they don't have internet connection. But I would like to remind you that you can watch it not live on National TB Hub. So if you're interested in this information, so you can always find it there because we have a lot of important information coming from our international partners, from Ms. Yana. It was very important strategic information where our country is going. So please join us live or the recording. Follow our channel and you will be able to receive all the information from today's event.
We are very grateful to everyone, to all participants of today's session, to all the speakers. We're going to have a small technical break for 3 minutes. And after this, we are going to continue with our next session. So don't leave us, don't change the channel, stay with us if you can. And it's going to be more and more interesting. Thank you. Dear colleagues, greetings again, and we continue our conference, and our second session is about achievements in the sphere of antimicrobacterial therapy and basic achievements. For technical reasons, we had some changes in the agenda, and I'm going to present our distinguished speakers, which is Docenko Yaroslava, the research fellow of pediatric physiologist, and she will talk about the children and teenagers with tuberculosis in Ukraine. Then we have Litvinenko Natalia, head of tuberculosis department and the leading researcher of BPAL operational research in Ukraine and the head of the National Training Center. Yuri Gamazet is the head of the BPAL project in Ukraine, Organization of Optimal Technologies in the Healthcare Sphere, and Marina Pogrebna, senior research fellow of chemo-resistant Treatment Department, candidate of medical sciences, assistant of the National Training Center. So the first presentation will be by Olga Zaitseva, the head of the Department of Tuberculosis Programs of Center of Public Health. Olga, over to you. We cannot hear you, you're muted. Microphone, please switch on your microphone. Can you hear me now? Okay. Hello, dear colleagues. I'm glad to be able to greet everyone, all participants of the conference. Thank you for inviting me. I have some problems now with the sound. Colleagues, can you help me? Can you hear me now? Good. Thank you. So, thank you for this possibility to present the current state of implementation of the operational research of BPAL and MCARL in Ukraine, and to be able to present our further steps and plans for their implementation at the national and regional level in Ukraine. First of all, I would like to remind everyone that implementation of this operational research was aimed at researching these short-term schemes of treatment of resistant forms of tuberculosis. It was implemented with the support of the Center of Public Health, European Office of the WHO, and in cooperation with the National Institute of Pulmonology, with support of the USAID project in the sphere of tuberculosis control in Ukraine, which is implemented by PATH. The goals and tasks of this operational research was to study European initiative on tuberculosis research, and it was aimed at improving access for patients to modern short-term oral regimens of treatment of tuberculosis within the setup of operational research, improvement of practice in the regions, and paying more attention of placing the patient in the center. So we involved regional and national research teams, and we received evidence demonstrating efficiency of treatment of resistant forms of tuberculosis that will be taken into consideration when we develop consolidated recommendations and guidelines of the WHO. And the main task within the framework of this research was to identify efficiency of regimens of treatment of and regimens of treatment with oral forms only for resistant forms of tuberculosis. So we received the preliminary results of this operational study, and I'm going to talk a little bit more in detail about it. Within the framework of implementation of this research, we had 3 systems for adult patients, and we have 2 schemes, 2 legs. First was 5-component based completely on A and B drugs, and this scheme was a priority for us. This is the first choice scheme because these drugs as of today have the highest level of proved efficiency of their administration for treatment of resistant forms of tuberculosis. For patients who have counter indications or potential risks of inefficiency, second scheme was used using delamamide, and this is a more expensive option in terms of implementation and administration of this scheme, and in clinical terms it's more difficult for administration because there is a need to control of taking delamamide twice a day. And for children aged under 6, we used 4 component scheme, but we paid attention of the doctors that after publication of consolidated report on operational handbooks on tuberculosis for children and teenagers published in March 2022, the protocol of operational research was amended because we received new data concerning safety and security of use of new anti-tuberculosis drugs for children, for young children, and we also received new recommendations concerning taking the second line drugs depending on the age and weight of children. So within the framework of implementation of this operational research, we have no limits concerning including children under 6 using bedaquiline for these schemes. So children in group 1 and 2 can be included as well.
It will take a lot of time to talk about bedaquiline in Ukraine. You know all this information, and so I will not talk a lot. And we discussed many times the advantages of short-term regimens and also the documents that Ukraine has to help the doctors. But also I want to draw your attention that at the beginning of 2022, we came to all nationwide, like in the 25 regions, so we were including the cohort, but of course the war changed the situation, unfortunately. So we are not implementing the OR in occupied territories or in territories with active military hostilities, but still you can see the results of recruiting patients. You can see that as if we talk about regional cohort, since November of 2022 to 2021, so we had 1,234 patients, and then since November 2021 to October 2022, and so basically we were recruiting patients for the most part during active war going on in the country. Even though we have damaged or destroyed hospitals, about losing employees, the loss of barriers and access to healthcare, problems with logistics and transportation, but we didn't lose the speed of recruitment, and we engaged our patients into the regimens which are innovative and effective. And we want to thank the regional doctors and research teams, because it could happen only due to your fantastic work. And regardless all these circumstances, you keep doing what is important for your patients. If we talk about screening and inclusion, so this is the first stage of implementing of the research, and it's very important to follow the rules and procedure of screening, because it will influence the number of patients included, and also in some way it influences the result of research, because the type of patients that we include will influence the result. And if we look into data of of 13 countries of your region of WHO, which were part of regional cohort, you can see that Ukraine is first by absolute indicator on the number of screened patients. So for all 13 countries, that's more than 6,000, and almost so 6,000 overall, and 3,000 of them are in Ukraine. And you understand that this is a huge contribution into screening and inclusion of the patients, and this will influence the results and interpretation of effectiveness of the research. And so basically a lot depends on the high quality OR in Ukraine. And as I've already mentioned, of 12 months of screening as a part of regional cohort, we screen 2,829 patients, and we included 1,234 patients into OR. And so we have 44% in the country. And if we look at the data of National Registry, the registry of cases during the recruitment period, we can see that we didn't provide 100% coverage of screening as it is demanded by OR. And also we will see even bigger gap if we analyze separately of non-infectious children with who had close contact with MDR TB. And so we understand that we have some lost opportunities for our patients, and we can learn certain lessons, and we will try to have consistent screening and keep doing this. And if we look into main reasons why patients were not included, we included 44% of patients of all patients who were screened. So basically 66% they were not included. What the reasons are? So first, that's the resistance to ftorhinolin. So we have high burden of MDR and XDR. Unfortunately, we have some technical difficulties. We lost connection. So sometimes the screening is not organized in proper way, and so sometimes it's like long-term screening when So the research center decides that this is a criteria to exclude the patient, and another indicator which is almost twice higher. That's about the difficult cases of patients. You can look at the graph. It shows that Ukraine is the country with the highest burden of late-stage diagnosed TB, and I would like to refer to the previous speaker of Ms. Yan, and we need to work with family doctors and primary care facility doctors for early diagnostics. We need to find these cases and to start treating at early stages. If we talk about the results of treatment, now we have some preliminary results. We still have a lot of work to do. And we also need to clean the data, but when we had the analysis of regional cohort, so not all patients finished their treatment. So the result that you can see on the slide is not final, but even preliminary result shows the really high efficacy of modified short-term regimens. And so the average coefficient of culture negative status, it is more than 85%. And the average time of conversion, that was 34 days. And you can see that the majority of patients, more than 70%, so they achieved the culture negative status in the first 2 months, which demonstrates a high efficacy of the regimens, and also it's additional motivation for us to implement decentralized patient-oriented treatment. And if we look at this preliminary result efficacy, if we look into regional cohort, you can see that for 13 countries, the efficacy indicator, it is on the level of 86.2%. It is very high result. It almost reaches the indicator of WHO. And so the goal is 90%. But if we look into the data from our country, you can see that unfortunately, Ukraine has a bit lower result of efficacy. And we lose our cases because of when we lose patients, or about the death of patients. And if we lose connection with the patients, so we can explain it by the war, because many patients, they finished their treatment in 2022, but that's not a very big proportion of patients. But we also need to look why we have so many death cases, whether we had the mistakes during screening when we include the serious cases who were not supposed to receive short-term regimens, or whether we have some procedural problems. Maybe we need to look into the co-pathologies, and we need to understand what our cases, so why we have much higher indicators than in the region. take into account that we use schemes and drugs which are evidence-based. And if we focus about practice, you can see the slide, and you have seen it many times because we still have the same issues. We constantly control about the clinical supervision. Also, we need to follow the protocols about screening of the first-time diagnosed MDR, and also clinical monitoring during treatment, and also their follow-up monitoring. Ms. Jana drew our attention to the necessity of choosing the suitable regimen for our patients, and because in Ukraine it usually takes about 4 days, but if we look into different regions, sometimes it takes 8-9 days, and that's where we need to focus on and keep working on this to provide the proper regimen for our patients. Also, it's very important to have the control of accuracy and safety of treatment according to the calendar of monitoring, and of course, we need to follow the requirements about biochemical research, also about the liver indicators and kidney research.
We also have to ensure that proper case management and proper registration of unwanted events. And I would like to draw attention to the fact that both within the framework of the operational research and within the framework of our practice, we use 2 indicators to register unwanted effects, such as severity and frequency. And in order to work within the framework of our operational research, the clinical specialists have access to the scale of severity and the manual for listing side effects. You have these tools, and we encourage you to use them when managing your patients. Then you have to ensure loyalty to treatment, including new models and digital digital tools. And of course, during the wartime, we have certain problems with access to the internet, to electronic databases, to filling out the primary registration documents within the framework of the research because of the lack of human resources. But still, we have to ensure quality at all stages of implementation, because we are the ones who determine the result of research and efficacy of modified short-term treatment regimens. We also have assistants such as the National Consilium you can address if you have any issues with proving these resistant forms of tuberculosis. And then you have this virtual medical consilium, which you can also contact in order to resolve some complicated clinical issues. Of course, in addition to these problematic issues, we also have certain achievements. First of all, we are talking about introduction and update of standards of healthcare that include the previous experience of clinical practice. We've updated the clinical monitoring calendar, and we harmonized the practices and the scale of severity of side effects. We improved approaches to technical assistance for the national team. We introduced consistent testing for hepatitis C, which is also widespread among our patients. We also have routine screening of patients for COVID. So we also increase the human resource capacity both at the national and at the regional levels. And we also improved the there's very bad connection and the speaker disappears. We cannot hear you, Olga. So thank you very much for your presentation and for this new information that you shared with us. Please stay with us for further discussion. Probably we will have questions for you in the chat. And now I would like to give floor to Natalia Litvinenko, head of the Department for Treatment of Chemio-Resistant Tuberculosis, and she will make a presentation on the results of the first operational research of BPAL regimen. Thank you. I'm going to make this presentation, but it was prepared together with you, Dr. Yuri. So colleagues, please write down your questions for me, for Yuri, concerning introduction of BPAL regimen, because this was the first operational research that was carried out in the world, and all patients who were selected within the framework of this operational research completed their course of treatment. So we have practical results, and now we are cleaning the database, trying to get ready for the getting ready for the publication of the received results. So our goal when we began this this work was to introduce rapid implementation of BPAL regimen within the programmatic conditions for treatment of patients with resistant forms of tuberculosis with resistance to other drugs. And we also identified several goals, such as identifying interim and final results and outcomes of treatment, assessment of safety and sensitivity to the regimens, to determine the period of time without relapses in patients within the specified periods of time. And also we were going to identify the programmatic conditions for better and worse results. And the project was implemented in 2019-2020. This slide probably is known to you because we show it very often. This is our prominent picture with which everything started. This is the moment of delivery of Pretamonid to our institute. And on this slide, you can see the name of our operational research that we implemented by the OAuth. Together with the institute in our clinic, the patients received treatment within the BPAL regimen, and we received technical support from CAI and CV. And the project was funded by Stop Tuberculosis through UNOPS and TB Reach initiative. And of course, we had partners, because without partner support, we would never be able to launch this research and complete it and to treat our patients. So first of all, there is the Center for Public Health, as well as our highly respected partners, Support TB, Of the Path, and WHO. This is the team of our researchers. We demonstrate this slide in many presentations, and I think you've seen it already, but I just wanted to extend additional gratitude to our team because Yuri, as the organizer of the process, did a lot. I was the lead researcher and I did a lot, but we would never be able to achieve any results without our research fellows, without our doctors who administrated treatment on all the patients, and co-researchers like Marina Pogrebna, Yulia Senko, Anastasia Lafeta, and of course, our co-researchers from the Center for Public Health, Yana Terleva. And we also have to mention our international partners from KNCV. Veriko is joined us, and she will have a presentation during the upcoming session, so I encourage you to stay. So we implemented a classical format of BPAL regimen as it was recommended by the clinical research of NICS-TB, and the dosage of linezolid was 1,200 daily, with the possibility of correction. Benaquilid was used in a standard form, and pritamanid was administered as 200 milligrams daily, and the patients received 182 doses, and the possibility was to extend, could be extended to 9 months. So this was our first patient, Yulia Senko, provided treatment. He was one of the first patients who started BPAL treatment. On the first picture, you can see the signing of the informed consent, and 6 months of treatment plus 6 months of monitoring, and after 1 year he came to us for control, and we made this picture to record this moment. You can see how happy the patient and the doctor were with the treatment. So the plan was to provide treatment to 135 patients, and then we had additional activities related to launching and implementing this research. First of all, as I said, there was to ensure interaction of the project with the national working group. Then the protocol and ethical approval was developed, and it was used as a basis for the national protocol of the next operational research, which is ongoing throughout the country. Then we developed a database and maintained it. Then we procured pritamanid and delivered it to the institute. Then an international commission was created, members of which were a lot of national and international partners. And then we carried out advocacy campaign for the new regime, and we developed all the SOPs and accompanying documents that were then used as a basis of similar national documents. We developed training materials, delivered training to healthcare specialists, first in the institute, and then this training was carried out in the regions where the patients were referred to. And after the beginning of the selection of patients, we organized provision of psychological support to patients in the institute. Thanks to Yulia, and her enthusiasm contributed a lot. Then we provided this psychological assistance. Then we organized the system for transporting patients to and from the institute. I showed pictures of that process as well during my previous presentation. Then the patients were included strictly based on inclusion or exclusion criteria, and the International Commission had heated discussions about that, but they control this process very strictly. So, but they had discussions during the meetings, but everything was for the benefit of patients. Of course, careful monitoring was organized for the treatment and unwanted effect control. And as I said, back in 2016 and 17, we started using Video Dot for control of the treatment process. So after 2 weeks or 1 month after the beginning of treatment, all patients could go home and continue treatment there using the Video Dot system. Unfortunately, as I said, BPAL introduction faced a lot of obstacles and barriers in the process of its implementation. So we started amidst the very strict lockdown, the peak of it. Then Russian aggression and war, complicated monitoring of treatment of the last cohort of patients. As I said, we had to involve partners, patient organizations, so that amidst full-scale aggression, we were able to deliver drugs to the people's place of residence. Then Pretomanir was not registered in Ukraine, and it required additional effort to legalize its use. And then operative selection of patients was not possible within the framework of the current diagnostic algorithm. So we had no cartridge, and those facilities were not available in the regions. And then we are all smart, we've gone this way. But when we started, there was a quite resilient attitude to all innovative schemes among the doctors in the regions. As to the results, 171 patients went through the BPAL screening, and some of these patients were excluded before the beginning of treatment. You can see the reasons for that on the screen. And then we received data concerning resistance, sensitivity. For instance, it was not possible to use linezolid for continuing treatment, or we were not able to receive informed consent, or then the treatment, they had previous treatment for more than 4 weeks during the previous stages, or sometimes they had accompanying situations that prevented them from participating in the research. So 153 patients were admitted to BPAL piloting, and on this slide you can see the reasons for exclusion after the beginning of treatment. You can see that 10 patients demonstrated phenotypic resistance to linezolid or other drugs, and these data were received after patients started treatment. So because we carried out the genotypical test of the sensitivity to drugs, and then we received phenotypical analysis results, and we saw that they were resistant to these drugs. So I think the share is quite high, 10 out of 153, and this is my personal opinion, and I think colleagues will agree with me. So when I say that you cannot continue using BPAL regimen if we do not receive information about phenotypical resistance to linezolid or bedaquiline. So, and I am very pleased to repeat the results of treatment. I am happy to show that we had no patients with classical treatment failure because of inefficiency of tuberculosis treatment. So all who completed the treatment process demonstrated this culture negative result. One patient died, but it happened immediately after the beginning of BPAL because he was in the terminal stage of tuberculosis. Unfortunately, we lost 4 patients because of the war. So you can see that 6 people had breaks. If not for the war, probably we would not have lost them. And then we had early exclusion because of these unwanted effects. And as I said, we had no episode of relapse as of today. So safety and sensitivity. For this presentation, we only have data for 97 patients who were able to complete BPAL before the beginning of full-scale invasion, because for these patients, we were able to organize adequate monitoring in March, in April, and partly in May. We had problems with organizing monitoring examinations, so we do not have the right to talk about registration of unwanted effects within this period of time because the person had no access to monitoring examination.
And this data completely is in line with clinical research of 80% of patients. So we can see adverse events, so of 38 of a serious adverse event. And the main of them is hepatotoxicity, myelosuppression, and neuropathy. And so what we did so that we could keep patients on BPAL, so about 43 and 2%. So we needed to decrease the dose of linezolid. And in 8 patients, we needed to stop using linezolid. They finished their treatment without it. And 14% of patients, so because of AE, we needed to stop using BPAL, but as our professionals of like really high level, all these 14 people, they came back to BPAL and they could finish the course. And now they are completely cured. And only few people you could see that we didn't manage to compensate AE, and we had to stop BPAL because of this reason. We received these results. We implemented them this way. You can see the photos. We started to report about our results a year ago on ERS and TB Union 2021. We had a lot of presentations. Today also we had 2 presentations in TB Union, 1 moderation of TB Union. We talked a lot about BPAL on our national conference. We posted like the main bullet points on this, and also we are preparing at least 1, but I believe even more together with partners and with TB Alliance, also with KC, and it will be a good publication where we can present our results. And about the results of the program and building the path for expanding. So we have successful results of a big cohort. We had like very good cooperation with National Service. We developed protocol. We created the team of medical professionals who are prepared and provide trainings. And you know that we are doing it as a part of a new project, which now is starting in 4 regions. All specialists are trained there, and also we have the algorithm of preparing and monitoring. Also, lessons learned. I'm not going to read all of them, and maybe when we have a discussion, we will discuss the lesson learned. And Ukraine is the first country in the world which treated patients using BPAL regimen with wonderful results, and it was able to build the path to treating patients using BIPAL even during the times of war. And the last slide, you can see all our partners who helped us to implement this treatment in an effective way. Thank you. Thank you very much, Natalia, for a very interesting presentation. It was really pleasant to be a part of this process, to participate in this OR, to treat patients and be happy that they were cured. Now I would like to give the floor Marina Pogrebna, Senior Scientific Assistant, and she will talk about the short-term regimen developed in the Institute. Dear colleagues, as you can see, I'm going to present in this result about these two regimens. So we already finished the 9-month course, and now we are recruiting for 6 months course, and that's what I'm going to present. So the next slide, this is like helicopter view slide, and you can see which regimens we can use in Ukraine. So we can see this short-term regimen, so you all know about it, and we can use it in a routine way. Then a modified short-term regimen, that's what I'm going to present to you. Then we have 6 months regimen for MDR and pre-XDR TB. Also in Zhytomyr region, it's possible to use regimen of modified short-term regimen and implemented by MSF, and we all know that we use WHO introduced regimen. Also, we can use a individualized regimen. And besides, we have a possibility to use BIPAL. So in the past, it was only in the Institute. Now the whole country is a part of this OR, and now you know that in the Institute, we are working on BIPAL-M. About the criteria of inclusion into OR, so it's pretty similar to all other ORs. We need consent form. Depending on which regimen we selected, 6 or 9, so we needed to define about MDR or pre-XDR TB. So we need also about sensitivity. Also, the criteria of exclusion also pretty similar for OR. So pregnancy, if patients refuse to participate, if interval is QTCF is more than 500 milliseconds, if the patient cannot take drugs in oral way, also of AE of the 4th and 6th stage, and so we needed to stop using certain drugs. Also, so no negative culture on the 6 months of the treatment, and also adhesion to treatment. So if the patient stopped treatment for longer than 2 months, or if they missed 20% of dosage, then we excluded that patient. If we talk about the regimen, so we are going to go into regimens a bit later. So we could change some dosage depending on the weight and the terms. So we had 6 and 9 months with the possibility to increase 6 to 9 and 9 to 12 months of treatment. So we use every day general dosage except bedaquiline. For bedaquiline, it's the same as for all regimens. So if we talk about our first research, so that's 9 months for MDR TB. It started in the Institute in 2019. and we were recruited the patient till 21. So this research is over. So what was the algorithm? So after we got RIFT-TB using GenExpert, we selected one of the regimen. If we had the resilience to vtorhinolone, so then we had individual regimen. Sorry, I need to go back to my slide. Give me a second. So you can look at the first regimen, which is very similar to WHO regimen, but we used this regimen for 6 months. After 6 months of use, so then we switched into 3-component regimen. And then the second regimen with moxifloxacin. You can see after 6 months, also we switched to 3-component regimen. So we have levofloxacin, we have 99, and moxifloxacin 81. So what was going on with these patients? So here we have 99, and here we have 81. So we excluded from the OR. You can see for the overall, we excluded 13% of patients, and in the second, almost 26%. So that's resilience to vtorhinolone, and this was the main reason. You can see that we didn't notice resilience to other, but you can see that we came up with almost 87 for the first regimen and 74 with the second approach. If we look at the term for culture negative status, you can see that both regimen, they are highly effective if we look into this indicator. If, for example, if we look together the first 2 months with bacterial emissions, so first and second months, so when with levofloxacin and moxifloxacin, you can see the results here. More than 80% of patients, so the bacterial emissions stopped in the first 2 months. And if we add the third month, so almost all patients have experienced that in the first 3 months. And so overall, the average length is almost the same. That's about 40 days.
Now, if we look at the efficiency of treatment of these patients, you can see that if we see the first leg with levofloxacin, you will see that it's 95 and 3%. With moxifloxacin, it's almost the same, 93.3%. And we had no failures. And then the decreased efficiency of treatment happened because of serious effects, serious conditions that resulted in termination of treatment. We had 4 patients in each group. Given that the research has been completed, we can demonstrate long-term results for the patients, and we had no relapses, because for the operational research, we do not complete treatment without 12 months of monitoring. And for our research, we monitored the condition of the patients after completion of treatment. So we monitored the condition of the patients for the next 12 months, and there were no relapses. Concerning unwanted effects, undesirable effects, so we have 2 results. Blue is for levofloxacin and red is for moxifloxacin. So This side effect happens during the first 2 months. You can see the highest during the first month, and then the number of these events decreases, and during month 9 we see no adverse events in the patients. If we look at the entire picture, and first of all, we see hematological adverse effects, hepatotoxic, and globally, when we use the levofloxacin group, we see that the efficacy, the occurrence of adverse events happens in 32% of patients. Next slide is also very important concerning serious adverse effects. We can see that the largest reason is hepatotoxicity and hemato events. So for both regimes, we can see that levofloxacin gave 12% of adverse events, and for moxifloxacin, the number was only 5%. So this is about the 9 months treatment regimen, and we've already completed this research, and now we're selecting patients for 6 months. For 6 months regimens for patients with various forms of resistance. So first is the first regime, bedaquiline, linezolid, moxifloxacin, and delamamide. If we receive resistance to moxifloxacin, then we have another regimen, and I am going to show in detail on the next slide. So this is the algorithm. So if we have RIF plus result, then this is the regime that we use for treatment of patients, and after we receive the data concerning resistance to fluoroquinolone, then we have 180 doses that will have to be administered for BPAL. If we have resistance to fluoroquinolones, we can replace it to chlorphazan or meropenem, so depending on the process in the patient. So meropenem is for wider or deeper process, and it's also is administered for 180 doses. If we have sensitivity to fluoroquinolone, then we have resistance to linezolid, and then we replace it with meropenem or clofazimide, and then we have the same duration of treatment. All other types of resistance to fluoroquinolone requires termination of research and application of individualized treatment plans. So this is the algorithm of selection and our research for 6 months study. So the selection process is in progress. So we have 74 patients now, and in the process of treatment, 43% were excluded, which is 32 patients. Again, the exclusion has happened because of the resistance to fluoroquinolones. 22% were resistant to fluoroquinolone, and 3 patients were resistant to other drugs. And 42 patients, more than 50% of patients continue treatment with mefloxacin. So now 20 of them are undergoing BPAL regimen treatment. 9 patients now apply individual treatment plans, and 3 patients are now undergoing pre-XDR treatment system. When we are looking in more detail at the group of patients who started treatment with clofazimine or meropenem. In the beginning, this type of treatment was administered in 41 patients. So we have 44 patients now. 41 of them received this type of treatment from the very beginning because we were aware of their resistance to fluoroquinolone. And then 3 patients were transferred to another treatment plan. So we established that they were resistant to fluoroquinolones, and then they continue this 6 months treatment using a different plan. So 44 patients undergo treatment. We have seen 45 success treatment results. 4 patients were excluded. We have 1 failure, and 4 patients unfortunately died. So 15 patients continue treatment. We're still selecting people. We will include more patients. So this is the regimen that we started in 2022, and the plan is to continue it for the upcoming 3 years. For the first conclusion is about 9 months long regimens. So all 9 months regimens that we studied were equally efficient. I demonstrated that bacterial emission stopped within 40 days under both regimes with levofloxacin and moxifloxacin. So now we have this sensitivity to the regimen with moxifloxacin. So the total number of adverse events was 32% with mifloxacin and 63% with other drugs. So moxifloxacin demonstrated the lowest level of adverse events, 5.4% compared to 12.2%. So the priority, according to our conclusion, is a modified short regimen with moxifloxacin. So this is the conclusion concerning 9 months regimen, and the first conclusion concerning 6 months regimen was that when we sorted patients for these 6 months regimens in our institute, almost half of the patients were transferred from MDR regime to pre-XDR regime, and the reason for that was resistance to fluoroquinolones. Almost 27% of patients had to be transferred to a different type of treatment. Efficacy of treatment under these regimens is still being studied. We're still selecting patients, and we are going to continue to admit patients for this research. And if everything goes well, during our next conference, we will be able to present the results of treatment under 6 months regimen. So that's all from my side. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your presentation. The results are very interesting, and I hope that we are in for further successful results of your research. And now I would like to give floor to Olena Petrush, who is the coordinator of medical activities of Charity Foundation Doctors Without Borders, Belgium. She works in Zhytomyr, and the organization tests treatment of patients with tuberculosis using oral drugs only. Olena, are you with us? Please switch on your microphone. And dear participants, please leave your questions in the chat for our colleagues, because we see only greetings, congratulations, and gratitude in the chat. We are very grateful for this feedback from you, but we are looking forward to seeing your questions. Can you hear me? Can you? Hello? Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. So I'm very grateful for the possibility to present the results of operational research of treatment of rifampicin-resistant tuberculosis using purely oral drugs, using new drugs in Zhytomyr region in Ukraine. The research was carried out in 2019-2020 with support of the Doctors Without Borders organization, and the main leading implementers were the Ministry of Health of Ukraine, Center for Public Health, National Academy of Sciences, National Institute of Physiology and Pulmonology, and Oblast Tuberculosis Dispensary of Zhytomyr region. The research started in the end of 2018, when the World Health Organization published updated recommendations concerning RIF MDR. So they had purely oral schemes of treatment and group A predominance and drugs associated with better treatment results. So according to these updated recommendations, we were able to use modified shorter schemes within the framework of operational research, which we did in Zhytomyr region. Zhytomyr region has a population of about 1.2 million people, and I will not read out all the demographics. So these are the figures characterizing the situation with tuberculosis in Zhytomyr region, where we started and where we are now. So the level of the number of diseases decreased, which is a result of COVID, and which is also an overall all-Ukrainian trend. You can also see that we have a significantly decreased number of mortality because of tuberculosis, and the number of new instances of tuberculosis decreased as well. The goal of our analysis was to describe the results after the end of treatment for 9 and for 12 months, and to identify efficacy of treatment of tuberculosis for different groups of patients with HIV, with hepatitis, with children, with out-of-lung forms of tuberculosis, and we were also aiming to analyze adverse effects during treatment. All patients diagnosed with lung and extra lung tuberculosis that had no exclusion criteria, all those patients were included into the research, and the sampling was 300 patients. The exclusion criteria were very insignificant, which is known allergy or increased sensitivity to 2 or more drugs used for treatment, and when we also excluded patients who recalled their informed consent for treatment. Inclusion criteria was bacteriologically confirmed instance, then known contact with a person with a RIF resistant to TB, and then when the interval for men was less than 450 and for women 450 points before beginning of treatment, then of course there should be available informed consent for the patient, and the readiness to use contraceptives when participating in the operational research for childbearing people.
So we had the regimens of linezolid, and also we replaced levothyroxine with delamanid. And at the beginning, when patients who were included in the OR, so we had 208 patients with levofloxacin and 92 with regimen with delamanid. And so that was 9 to 12 months. But within the first months from the beginning of the treatment, when we were receiving results of the test, and it was either resistance or sensitivity to one of the drugs, so then the patients could change, and then levofloxacin patient were switched to delamanid, and some patients from delamanid, they were switched to levofloxacin because of the result of the test. Also, all patients, they received social support, and social support, it was, we provided funds for drugs and additional tests. Also, we provided food and hygiene packages. Also, we provided transportation costs if necessary. And in winter, so 40% of patients, they receive some wood for heating because they live in rural area, and it was substantial social support. Also, MSF, they helped with working with patients, so they collected the biomaterial and delivered into laboratories. Also, support and helping with infections, for example, HIV or alcohol abuse or neuropathy, and we worked with society organizations and government organizations. We provided psychological support to prevent gaps, and also we had 3 psychologists and 1 psychiatrist. 69% of patients, they received psychological support, and 40% of patients, they had a psychopharmacotherapy so that they could continue their treatment of TB. So the length of the research, it was since January 2019 till May 2021. In March 2021, they finished the treatment, and now we can evaluate the results, and also we continue the monitoring, 12 months monitoring. Every 6 months we collect so the bacteriological data, and we are looking for relapses, but like here we don't have the conclusions yet. So the characteristics of the cohorts, so we had average age 44, 33% this have HIV, so Hep C, that's, we had Hep C, smokers, intravenous drug users, that's 5%, alcohol abuse 24%, and alcohol addiction 25%. So 50% of patients, they had problems with alcohol abuse. And so first time diagnosed, these were 42%. And the history of the previous treatment of sensitive to TB, that's 31%. So the previous treatment of DRTB, that's 25%, and also with not very clear information how they were treated, that's were 2%. So 40%, these were first-time diagnosed, and the rest, that was like the second line of treatment. And as a result of all our activities, we managed 78% to treat 78% of all patients. So 78%, they finished the treatment and they had successful result. 13% died. Failures, these were only 6%. And loss for follow-up, that's only 3%, which is much lower than average. Also, we looked into different factors which could influence the effectiveness of treatment. We looked into different characteristics. We looked into gender, age, intravenous drugs user and the so basically if it was we found out that the factor that this is the second line of the treatment, that's the negative factor. Also, we evaluated how effective the treatment was, and we tried to look into different categories based on the characteristic either infection or co-conditions. So patients with TB with HIV, Hep C, drug abuse, alcohol abuse, and we also look into people who didn't have these additional factors. And you can see from the table the result of successful treatment, about 70%. Doesn't depend on different social, demographic, and co-conditions, which is quite optimistic because our cohort, almost all patients had like some additional conditions. And also, if we talk about the patients who died, so only those who like intravenous drug users, so they are a bit outliers, but it's not. It can be as a margin of error because the group of these people is not that big, and we cannot conclude that using intravenous drug, that's the negative factor or the factor that leads to death of patients. Also, we looked into effectiveness of treatment. If patients had the previous treatment with TB sensitive, or if they had the history of treatment of DR resistance, so we can see that they have more or less the same level of death, but if we talk about successful treatment, so if it was DR TB, so then it's lower than sensitive. Also, we analyzed conversion of culture of the patients, and basically 50%. So the conversion happened after 2 months of treatment. About adverse events, so we monitored very thoroughly and we registered every patient. SAE, we can see 21%, AE of third or fourth level 27. You can see on the slide all the numbers. And you can also see that adverse events which led to the change of regimen, that was 26%, but we managed to deal with all this AE, and all patients finished their treatment. Also we had evaluation of so we were evaluating PHQ-9, so the signs of depression, and we noticed that as a result of treatment, so indicators of depression and the quality life of WHO, they became better, not substantially, but there was a improvement of these two indicators of the QALY. So what conclusions we want to make? That the oral short-term regimens which were used in OR, it shows the high level of effectiveness and quick culture conversion. So the risk factor and co-infections, they didn't influence the effectiveness of treatment. Adverse event of TB drugs, so which were registered during treatment, could be resolved in short term and didn't lead to stopping the treatment. And also we believe that comprehensive multidisciplinary model of psychosocial support plays an important role in and it has a role of like finishing the treatment for all patients. So these are all conclusions for now. We'll be happy to present the results a year after the end of treatment. Thank you very much for giving the floor. Thank you very much, Ms. Olen, for sharing your results. It was very interesting and optimistic of implementation of OR by the organization with support of MSF. Please stay with us because we have some questions, and during Q&A session we will ask you more. And now I'm giving the floor to Dr. Askari Dilbayev. Are you with us? This is a regional advisor on TB and DRTB in the
from my screen. Thank you very much. Would you please let me know if you see my screen?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your screen. Yes, we can hear you.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much. I would like to proceed with the presentation. And I think that this presentation is definitely, I would say, providing a summary from the previous, from what previous speakers have been presenting, especially talking about the current and modern opportunities that the new recommendations on treatment of drug-resistant tuberculosis are giving us, specifically on shortening the duration of treatment for drug-resistant TB and making it fully oral. So before proceeding with this, I would like to mention that still in the WHO European region, there are several challenges that are impacting the progress towards reaching the regional and global targets. One of them is high burden of drug-resistant tuberculosis. In the WHO European region, there is the highest burden of drug-resistant TB in comparison with other WHO regions. So the MDR-TB in the WHO European region is having 22% of the global burden. And the global burden of pre-XDR-TB is 42%. This is much, much higher than in the rest in other WHO regions. And in 2021, 26% of MDR-TB was reported as estimated as to be with the new cases for TB, and MDR-TB among retreatment cases was estimated as 57%. So in terms of the coverage with treatment, globally, the tuberculosis treatment coverage was 61%, while in the WHO European region it was 72%. And indeed, almost every single patient that is diagnosed with tuberculosis or drug-resistant tuberculosis is having access to treatment. At the bottom of the slide, you can see the targets that were set up by the United Nations high-level meeting on tuberculosis in 2018. And the share of the WHO European region was to treat 1.3 million people with tuberculosis and drug-resistant tuberculosis during 5 years, 2018 to 2022. And among them, to treat MDR-TB patients of 283,000. That was the target. And we're almost there. So during this 4 years of 2018 to 2021, we have put on treatment 76%, which means that with this such good coverage and access to treatment, the results supposedly should be also good. But in the reality, the situation is different. The treatment success for tuberculosis, drug susceptible, is above 70%, was lastly reported 72 for the cohort of patients who started treatment in the 2020. And but treatment results for drug-resistant TB is really below the regional target of 75% that was set up by the previous action plan. And 57% is even below the global average. As you can see, the treatment success for patients with XDR-TB or pre-XDR-TB, to be more precise, is higher than the treatment success for patients with MDR-TB. And it's 63%. Why is that? Because these treatment results are for the cohort of patients who started treatment in 2019. That was the year when most of the countries in the WHO European region started expanding access and scaling up access to the new tuberculosis medications, which means that access to this new tuberculosis medications in 2019 was even also being focused mostly on patients with additional MDR-TB and additional resistance to fluoroquinolones. And this gives us an understanding that the new tuberculosis medications are working and working very effectively against current strains of drug-resistant tuberculosis that we have in the population. So we expect the better results for MDR-TB and pre-XDR-TB for the later cohort of patients for the years 2020 and 2021 and onwards, because most of the countries of the WHO European region have been transitioning to this to uptake of these new recommendations. On the left side of the screen, you can see the treatment success for patients with co-infection with HIV, and it is going down. It's 47%. That is another regional challenge that we have. There are other factors that are affecting the treatment success for of tuberculosis, and especially drug-resistant tuberculosis. In countries of our region, through the different initiatives or regularly through the routine programmatic approach, there have been screening done at the baseline before initiation of treatment for other diseases and infections, such as viral hepatitis B, viral hepatitis C. So there is limited reported data, because it wasn't that routine practice, that viral hepatitis C is being reported as a high prevalence among patients with tuberculosis, and especially with patients with MDR-TB. And here there are several countries reporting, United Kingdom and Georgia, showing that especially in Georgia, the data are available that the prevalence of MDR-TB among patients with drug-resistant TB is reaching up to 21%. So we have to, if talking about treatment, to ensure that there is equitable access to treatment, to ensure the better treatment outcomes. And we also should ensure that this treatment of patients is decentralized, that access is ensured, that we should prioritize good clinical care and active direct safety management and monitoring, and also ensure the implementation of the treatment adherence strategies with the use of digital health solutions, and address all aspects that are affecting the post-TB treatment, and introduce palliative and end of the treatment care. So with that, the treatment should be effective, with the possibility to shorten the duration of treatment, safe, simple, and affordable. We call it ESSA. And affordable, by the shortening the duration of treatment, it's really good for the national health systems because patients can be treated in the outpatient settings. Patients can be treated for the shorter duration of treatment with a more effective regimens and return back to their normal lives quicker. So as you know, and as being said before, in the WHO European region, we have the new regional action plan that is covering the period of 8 years, 2023-2030. And this regional action plan has been endorsed by a majority of countries of our region for the implementation for the next 8 years. And we are really thankful for the government of Ukraine of voting for in support of this new regional strategic document. And this regional document is setting up ambitious targets that we have all to achieve by the year 2030 of ending the burden of TB and drug-resistant TB. But know that this action plan is also setting up ambitious milestones by 2025. And these 3 years, 2023, 2024, and 2025, are really important for us to set up the trajectory of what we should do to whether we will be on the right way to achieve the targets by 2030. And the milestones are here listed in the right down corner of the slide, especially on improving the treatment success rate for MDR-TB and maintaining it by the year 2025 in comparison with 2015 at the level of 80%. Now, as being said before, the treatment success for the cohort of patients of 2019 is 57%. And in 3 years, we need to achieve 80. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. And with the available evidence that is highlighted in the new recommendations by the WHO on treatment of drug-susceptible and drug-resistant TB for people of all ages, including children and adolescents, this is possible. So as being said before, and going back to the history, as we have the new tuberculosis medications that have been shown with the proven effectiveness and the good safety profile. So that is why the role of bedaquiline, linezolid, and clofazimine has been elevated, and they were prioritized to be considered as a core medicines for every single MDR-TB long regimen of treatment. While those medicines such as injectable agents like capromycin, kanamycin have been withdrawn from the grouping of medicines for the treatment of MDR-TB because their use have been associated with development of unfavorable treatment outcomes. With the only injectable agent remaining in the grouping of medicines as amikacin, but the role of them and also other medicines, oral as ethinomyde, proafenamide, and PAS, have been downgraded. I will briefly go through this few slides showing that why the evidence has been generated, because the fluoroquinolones, bedaquiline, and linezolid, and other Group B drugs have been associated with better treatment success rather than treatment failure or relapse and death. So while the use of medicines in Group C and other drugs have been excluded from the grouping, and they were not recommended for the use. If we look at the safety, the medicines that are currently recommended for the use of the longer treatment regimens as Group A and Group B, they have a good safety profile. We can also look at the linezolid that is having the association of the more higher frequency of developing serious adverse events. But that data were developed and analyzed based on the analysis of available from 2017, 2016, but with a proper monitoring and considering that linezolid is having a very good potential in terms of higher effectiveness against the drug-resistant strains, this drug has been promoted and recommended to Group A as a core medicine for treatment of MDR-TB. However, in combination, all medicines can shorten the duration of treatment. And why we need to shorten the duration of treatment for MDR-TB? because we need to also increase coverage of patients with potentially safer and effective regimens, increase the treatment success rate, and decrease the loss to follow-up. Also, we have a possibility to improve the good clinical care and simplify the treatment monitoring schedule, and it's good for the health system, and decrease the unnecessary hospitalization and promote people-centered models of care, and which is also decrease the risk of nosocomial transmission of infection in facilities or congregated settings with improper infection control. But also, it contributes to the reduction of stigma and discrimination of people affected by tuberculosis with drug-resistant strains. And this can also impact and contribute to the faster decline in the burden of epidemic in the specific country, but in the region as a whole. Also, I would like to say is that the 2020 guidelines that were released in June of that year have been having a note that if there is a modification or deviation from the standard recommended regimen, this can be done under operational research condition. And the 9-month regimen that was recommended by the WHO in this 2020 guidelines has been recommending the regimen with bedaquiline, fully oral, but containing 7 drugs for the duration of treatment with bedaquiline. But that regimen contained 4 medicines to which most of the patients of the WHO European region had baseline resistance, like isoniazid, ethambutol, ethionamide, and pyrazinamide, if properly diagnosed. Thus, the WHO European region came with the development of the new initiative on introduction of modified, fully oral, shorter treatment regimens, of whom you perfectly know as a regional initiative that is covering 13 countries of our region. With this regional initiative and the regimens used, we've been able to shorten the duration of treatment for MDR-TB with susceptible to patients to fluoroquinolones down to 9 months, make it fully oral, and which is in comparison with the previous treatment regimen, decrease the pill burden 6 times. And during this regional initiative on MSDR, we developed the regional operational research package composition of which you are well aware about, and the results of the enrollment to the regional cohort across 13 countries is 2,805 patients that started treatment. And this is a very great achievement. And we would like to thank Ukraine for having the largest cohort out of all 13 countries of being part of this regional initiative, and with more than 1,300. Also, a good achievement is that all 11 countries out of 13 considered this operational research as important and close to the programmatic conditions, and started enrolling patients as part of the national cohort, so continuing treatment with the same regimen. And as of now, as of end of June 2022, additional 1,419 patients were enrolled as part of the national cohort, which brings us more than 4,200 patients enrolled in this operational research initiative. And these are the regimens that were used for this 39 weeks or 9 months. They comprise, the composition is Group A and Group B medicines, and the regimen 2 is the only difference is when cycloserine is being replaced with delamanid for this or that reason, either resistance or intolerance. And there was one pediatric regimen containing 4 medicines for 39 weeks as well, but with the use of delamanid. But right now, these necessary amendments have been done with the lifting of restrictions for the use of delamanid and bedaquiline for people below 6 years of age. And as you can see, that patients with the of how this modified shorter treatment regimens have been working. And look at the culture conversion. Most of the culture conversion happened with a median of 42 days. This is really instrumental, which means that even with the shorter duration of treatment of 39 weeks, with such composition, is so effective for the patients with a drug resistance profile that is typical for the WHO European region. And by the end of the treatment of 9 months, 100% of all patients with MSDR of this analyzed cohort have been reached the culture conversion. So if you look at the treatment outcomes across 12 countries that are part of this MSDR operational research, while the treatment success was in these 12 countries 64.5%, if you look at the treatment outcomes of this MSTR operational research cohort, the treatment success is 86.2%, both combining those who were cured and treatment completed. This is a very huge achievement in comparison to what we have, the treatment success in the WHO European region of 57%. And this is already an achievement of the ambitious milestones that was set up in the new regional action plan by 2025. Again, I would like to repeat that this is the progress of how many patients have been enrolled in each of the countries. In Ukraine, 1,956 patients, both combining the regional and country cohort. And this is, again, a very big achievement. And your country is providing the most significant contribution to this study that will, results of which will be further used for the guideline developing group revision for the next round of recommendations by the WHO on treatment of drug-resistant TB for the whole world. And now I would like to say, as you can see, that what were the treatment outcomes in these 12 countries that are implementing MSTR before for the 2018 cohort? 64%, and we have 86.2. That's a huge difference. And with this shorter and modified regimens, we can decrease times with the pill burden 6 times in comparison with what had been used before when we were using the injectable agent. As you know, the WHO had released back in May 2021 the rapid communication on the key changes in treatment of drug-resistant TB, when the use of BPAL-M regimen has been on, and the BPAL regimen has been provided information that they will be recommended for the use under programmatic conditions. So this is a very big revolution, because in the current existing guidelines, BPAL regimen is recommended for the use for eligible patients under the operational research conditions. But now we are moving to the programmatic and implementation. And these regimens are 6 months long, and with proven effectiveness and safety already through the revised evidence that became available through this series of studies, such as XENIX and TB Practical. So we are expecting that the release of the new guidelines on treatment with updates on treatment of drug-resistant TB will be released by the end of this week or early next week by the WHO. And these are the very important recommendations that I just highlighted. And also the guidelines will be accompanied traditionally by the DRTB handbook, that will provide the more specific information. I will really go quickly through the recommendations. Again, the 6-month BPAL-M regimen comprising bedaquiline, predominant linezolid, 600 milligrams, and moxifloxacin may be used programmatically in place of 9-month or longer 18-month regimen in patients aged 14 years of age with MDR and rifampicin resistance TB with no previous exposure to these medicines and susceptibility to fluoroquinolones. So, and bedaquiline, in case of resistance to fluoroquinolones, moxifloxacin can be dropped and patients can continue treatment with BPAL regimen. This is very instrumental. That means that shortening the duration of treatment is now the trajectory. And now the duration of treatment for MDR-TB for the first time in the history is the same as the treatment for duration of treatment for drug-susceptible tuberculosis. In the new recommendations that will be released very soon, there will be a recommendation on the use of the 9-month regimen containing bedaquiline, and this can be preferred over the use of the 18 months. But this regimen is also having the 2 months of linezolid, and this regimen is also having 4 months of ethionamide. This regimen can be considered as an alternative, and these are the certain indications that are prescribed. So, but there is still a role for the longer regimen, 18-month long, that is comprising Group A and Group B medicines, and this is considered as an individualized regimen that of who is not eligible to be or failed to be used for the shorter 6-month or 9-month regimen, and they can benefit from that as well. So there is a role for that. So I just also wanted to say that in preparation for the release of these important guidelines by the WHO, We in WHO Regional Office for Europe, we established a special group, a task force, and you can see the honorable members of this task force, and two of those colleagues are from your country, from Ukraine. It's Professor Natalia Litvinenko and Dr. Yana Terleeva, who provided their significant contribution to the development and the revision of the checklist for the country preparedness and planning for introduction of the 6-month-long BPAL-M and BPAL regimens, but also developing and providing the algorithm for the patients of what with drug-resistant TB to use in the whole spectrum of regimens that are available. And this algorithm has been developed under the leadership of our expert, Dr. Gunter Dravnietsa, who is also working in Ukraine, but with a great contribution of these remaining colleagues whom you see on the slide. So as a resume, I would say that indeed, I haven't touched the new guidelines on drug-susceptible TB, in which there is a 4-month regimen recommended. I haven't touched the recommendations on treatment for children and adolescents, in which, again, the 4-month treatment regimens for this category of groups of patients have been recommended. But also, we are having these important recommendations on the shorter duration of treatment for patients with drug-resistant TB, which is very much important. And the significant reduction in the duration of treatment for both of drug-susceptible and drug-resistant TB will make a change. So with that, I would like to finish my presentation and thank you for your attention. Sorry if I took a lot of time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Askar. We are really looking forward to seeing these new recommendations. Thank you very much. And I'm giving the floor to our colleague of the National Institute of Physiology and Pulmonology of Children Physiology, and she will talk about the tuberculosis among children in Ukraine. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to welcome and see all of you here at this conference. I would like to present this presentation about tuberculosis among children and adolescents. In about 1 million children, they are diagnosed with a local form of TB, and 500,000 as among adolescents. It is known that children are the most vulnerable to TB infection, especially younger age groups. Usually, the disease manifests during the first year of being infected. Overall, the most dangerous, this is the first years after being infected, so it's very important to diagnose TB at the early stages when it's possible to prevent or of more serious forms of TB. And so in 2020 we had worse situation about the early diagnosis of TB. Of course, it was influenced by COVID-19, and it had negative impact on healthcare system overall, and also TB events and activities. In 2020, according to WHO, the number of people who received treatment from TB reduced by 21%. And in the report on WHO on combating TB, COVID pandemic decreased successes and for the first time in more than 10 years, so the death rate went up, and the number of people who got infected increased as well, especially DR TB. So the dynamic of TB of 2021 you can see on this slide. So we can see that it went down in the 20 and then went up in 2021. And you can see a similar slide with all the numbers. You can see that it's decrease of deaths and the number of people infected. the number of children from newborns to 14 years old, we had some fluctuation, but over the past year, since 2016, it's going down gradually. The number of adolescents who died of TB, so it's 0. And usually it is one child or no cases at all. And the first diagnosed TB for 100,000 population. You can see these numbers. This is the general number. This for adults, it went up a bit. But among adolescents, it goes down per 100,000 population of this age. But for children, these numbers are fluctuating. It's been fluctuating for a long time. Only in the past 2 years, it's been going down. Here you can see numbers for children, and here's for teenagers. But at the same time, we need to say that the percentage of relapse goes up in comparison to first diagnosed. So it's for these are numbers for adults, also a small increase for children, and quite rapid increase among teenagers. From 2006 to about 2010, the percentage of children and adolescents, it was more or less on the same level. But later, the number of children under 14 goes up, and the number of teenagers goes down. And here you can see more details. On this slide, you can also see the decrease of number of adolescents, a small increase from 10 to 14 years old, but a big increase from 5 to 9. And the children under 1 and from 1 to 4, so the number is pretty small. And since we started our study in 2006 for children that was extrapulmonary TB, so since 2015, mostly this is pulmonary TB. And also we studied the categories of monitoring. So now these numbers are not in dispensers, so we actually have still statistics on this. In the first category, these are children with more serious forms of TB with destruction and bacterial emission. And you can see that since 2013 their percentage is prevalent among children.
Категорія, яка завжди була більш розповсюдженою у дітей, це малі форми туберкульозу, обмежені, без бактеріовиділення, деструкції. І дуже часто це були саме позалегеневі форми туберкульозу, такі, наприклад, як туберкульоз внутрішньогрудних лімфатичних вузлів. Вони переважали з 2006 по 2013 рік, а потім почали знижуватись. І трошки зросла кількість рецидивів та дітей з резистентними формами туберкульозу. Причому у цих дітей постійно зростає, практично постійно зростає бактеріовиділення. І зараз вже у 31,5% дітей у віці до 14 років ми знаходимо мікобактерії туберкульозу. А ось відсоток дітей з деструктивними формами туберкульозу у нас знижується. У підлітків ситуація інакша. В них завжди переважали більш важкі форми туберкульозу, перша категорія, але зараз вони останнім часом значно зросли. Значно знизилась кількість дітей з обмеженими формами туберкульозу, Ну і дещо зросли рецидиви. Ось з бактеріовиділенням, якщо в 2006 році, наприклад, бактеріовиділення було лише у 30% дітей, то зараз трохи більше, ніж у половини. І деструктивні форми туберкульозу теж у третини дітей виявляють. І фактично єдиним методом профілактичних обстежень у дітей до 14 років – це туберкулінодіагностика. І вона з кожним роком неухильно зменшується. Тут можна побачити динаміка абсолютної кількості дітей з латентною туберкульозною інфекцією та відсоток охоплень туберкулінодіагностикою. Цілком зрозуміло, що вони знижуються, оскільки єдиний метод у нас виявлення дітей з латентною туберкульозною інфекцією – це, власне, туберкулінодіагностика і є. Але при цьому на досить цікаві результати, якщо ми побачимо, як саме виявляли дітей. Дітей виявляють при профобстеженні, раніше виявляли десь більше 50%, останні роки 42, 43, 46%. Але профобстеження у дітей – це туберкулінодіагностика. А подивіться, як зменшився відсоток туберкулінодіагностики. І навіть якщо у нас пробує МАНТУ лише третина дітей, все одно 40% ми виявляємо в них локальні форми туберкульозу. У підлітків ситуація дещо краще, в них
a little bit different, and when we see more than half of children are diagnosed with tuberculosis. When we see contact persons who are infected after a contact, so its percentage is rather high, we can see that the total number of children, 160 were infected after a contact, and if we calculate it in terms of 1,000 of contacts, we can see that the figures are very high, so it's 250 times higher compared to morbidity in the population. So we see these people who contacted MBT plus and 70% of who contacted MBT minus. With adolescents, the situation is better because we had 11.7% of adolescents in the population, and then morbidity of children after contact is 1,456, which is also very high, and a lower number for MBT minus, so it's 11.5 times higher. So the conclusions. Among the positive changes concerning TB in Ukraine, one should mention that the total level of morbidity in Ukraine has been decreasing slowly in Ukraine. So it decreased to 35.5% per 100,000 population in 2021. But now we have the increased rate of relapses among all age groups. So we have an increase of instances of TB among children and adolescents in 2021, and among adolescents the rate is gradually decreasing. Then children under 14 demonstrate a lower rate of morbidity, and then we have less widespread instances of destructive forms of tuberculosis, and a lot of children are diagnosed after coming to a doctor. Then we have a serious problems of children getting infected in the centers of tuberculosis diseases. So children are infected with mycobacteria of TB, and then they get infected after contact more or frequently. So regardless of the emission of bacteria of the contact, a child should be examined to confirm or disprove for the fact of infection. So all preventive measures have to be carried out in this case if a person contacted a TB infected individual. Thank you, Yaroslava, for this information, and you did a lot of work. So to continue our discussion, I have a question for Yuri. How did you organize the results and so that you were able to achieve such positive results in your project? Good afternoon, colleagues. My congratulations to this conference, and I would like to be brief in answering this question. This operational research was carried out within the framework of the project implemented by the Optimal Technologies, and in addition to organizing this operational research, we also had to solve and address a lot of logistical issues related to the project operation. So any project that has to be implemented in any country is similar to something like major repairs in your house. Like you have an idea of the volume of work, the scope of materials, the timelines, and so on, and you envisage some final result, and then real life begins, and you have to take into account various factors from coming at you from various sides. So it's not what you wanted, not when you wanted, and not the price that you wanted. And the same happened to our project. So we encountered several obstacles, which would be interesting for you. Number one was when the competition for implementers of this project and the operational research was extremely relevant and necessary and very trendy, and a lot of organizations wanted to take part in it, to be involved, to be engaged in any form, like core implementation or recommendations and so on. So there was some high-profile competition for us, and when we selected the winner, which was a local, small, international organization, such as machinery that has not an international organization with 30 years of experience, but we selected a small, non-profit, non-governmental organizations with 10 years of experience of organizing operational research in Ukraine. And then so it was selected a winner of such a high-profile competition. On the one hand, all potential partners would be expected to support and help and provide assistance, but we had this. Instead of this, we had this general situation, like when an organization said that if I was not selected, I have nothing to do with it. And then we have these local organizations that were selected as leading partners for implementation of this project. They had problems in communication with large international organizations, and large organizations did not believe that a local organization was able to implement anything at a local level without their instructions. So first, those so they were jealous, and that jealousy accompanied them throughout the entire period of the project implementation. Next, a donor organization or the manager of the project budget did not have a clear idea of the timelines of implementation of the project necessary in order to achieve the results that would be trustworthy, reliable, complete, and so on. Very often, a donor organization or a manager were interested in shortening the period of implementation because the operational research aimed at carrying out the treatment and monitoring processes, especially follow-up monitoring. And then we had a situation when we had no time and no money for completing the process because they were focused on nice beginning and tangible middle period. So yeah, so they said that when you started working with patients, you will not leave them alone even after we terminate our support. It was a very unpleasant aspect of our operational research because the donors have to be aware of the complete cycle in terms of the timeline, if not money. Next big obstacle was that when we plan such unique operational research, a unique project, then of course those who commissioned this project must have a clear understanding of how these drugs that are not widely used anywhere in the world, that are not registered in other countries, and those drugs that belong to the innovative treatment regimen. So how should these drugs be delivered to the country and how their use should be legalized for treatment purposes? So we encountered that obstacles because according to the Ukrainian legislation, we are not allowed to use non-registered drugs. We found a solution. So since our major partner was the Institute of Physiology and Pulmonology, which is a leading research institution in Ukraine, and within the framework of each research processes, it can use these innovative non-registered schemes and modifications. So upon the initiative of Dr. Natalia, we were able to include it with support of the institute director and the research scientific community. So we were able to use this scheme and apply for delivery of these drugs as humanitarian aid. And very positive aspect that I wanted to mention is that we started this work in the center of COVID epidemic. All institutions were closed for general public. People were working via correspondence and in a distance mode. But then we said that this new scheme of treatment would help to save lives of 150 patients. This phrase opened the doors for me everywhere. We never had a day of delay. No officer, no deputy minister asked any stupid questions. And they gave green light to our work. And the Kyiv State City Administration cooperated, and we were surprised very pleasantly because they speeded up the process of examination of our application. So we received the drug, but then we encountered a new barrier.
So when they're organizers of the project, they see the design of the project that the drug has to be delivered by a different structure from which is organizing their research. So people in this international organization, sometimes they don't care how the process is organized. So when you receive the drug, whether it's going to be today or 2 weeks later, months later, these people are not engaged in communication with the patient. What was the big danger of this project? As before the project started, we didn't have all the drugs necessary for this scheme. We agreed to take the part that we had. under the obligation that a supplier will deliver the RASI within 2 or 3 months. And then we start to hear the information during the second, third months, but maybe the second part will not come because something happened at the producer level or distributor level, and there were some problems. And young people, professional people, they said things like this, people from distinguished industrial organization, and on this conference call, they say, who cares? So it will come in April rather than December. What's the difference? And they didn't understand that people who already started this regimen, they cannot just stop treatment for 2 months. And these people, they sign, they inform consent, they show their trust to us. And we convince them that this is your only chance today to be alive, to survive, and to have full life after 6 months. And here we need to tell them that some Frau or Mr. like they couldn't deliver something because like some train didn't arrive on time somewhere. So we needed to fight these barriers on very important conferences and meetings, so we needed to speak up and to say that we will do everything possible to bring these drugs here to Ukraine, not to look into a patient's side and to say that we have to stop the treatment. So what I wanted to say that organizations, international organizations are not always as effective, and it is a pity. And the next barrier, that's the COVID itself. Because there was panic, there were many patients, and there was a possible co-infection, and we were worried that we would have to stop the OR, but with enthusiastic team through Natalia, we managed to develop the scheme of transportation of patients to the institute, which included COVID tests and all other aspects, and so we could actually have differential diagnostics and split people into certain groups. There was additional question about how to bring these people from regions during COVID, because a person can be dangerous for others, they cannot use public transport. And also at the same time, the person might be COVID positive. So we had to hire special vehicles with drivers in special protective gear, and cars were redesigned that we could transport patients, and we could bring patients from far west regions of Ukraine. And so we found how to overcome this barrier. And one more barrier which can be useful for my colleagues in practical healthcare and colleagues on top positions. There is tradition in our country, I don't know about other countries, to work with those regions where the indicators are the worst, or like the scariest, like higher death rate, or like the number of patients is the highest. And all international organizations, they want to live in these regions, because then it's the easiest to explain why you work in this region. So I will work in region N because the number of patients is the highest there. But what happens in practice? In decades, 10 international organizations work in the same region. They work and use the same patients. But today we see as a result that epidemic doesn't go down. On the one hand, the team of doctors in these regions, they are really busy, and they work in a few projects at the same time. And if they work inpatient or provide consultation for doctors, I cannot imagine how one person can do all of that. But if 3, 4, 5 international organizations with good proposals come to you to participate in a good project and to build up your image, you also start to choose, because you're not a beggar, you can actually choose. And so, like this, doctors, they become a bit spoiled. So what our project showed, those regions which had support for many years by different organizations, so where this organization provide equipment and money and everything, so they gave us the smallest number of patients who we could actually save. Even though they signed memorandum of cooperation, they promised to work with us, but those regions, which are rarely visited by anyone, like no grants or managers ever come there, Ternopil region, Frankivsk region, people who never participated officially in this OR, doctors called and asked how they wanted to send the patients because there are patients who are ready to be treated, so please come and deliver because the patient can die. So these barriers, on the one hand, they are unexpected. There are some barriers that you expect and you can plan. You can foresee, for example, laziness or being inactive, all this general blah, 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 where everybody is just like talking, and it's completely different when these barriers are unexpected. When you see smart eyes of people, but these smart people are not going to do anything. That's what is worrisome. And so these are the barriers that I wanted to share. But I want to sum up with a different thought. Without Natalia and her team, without the support of Yuri, Dr. Yuri, and I was so impressed how he can be so engaged, enthusiastic. So without them, this project probably would be under high risk. It's very pleasant to work with their institution, which has the best equipment, the best prepared team, experience, expertise. And today that's the first institution in the world and the team in the world which implemented OR. And you saw the numbers. They saved the lives of so many people. And I want to say that when we get information about new recommendations WHO, we hear that somewhere in South Africa, so these patients, they were treated and they became part of recommendations. Some other 50 patients got recommendations. Ukraine showed that our country is able to organize and conduct these innovative ORs in physiology, and this research, they should be respected, they should be named. And I feel really bad that these materials of the Institute, they were not part of the recommendations, of the innovative recommendations. It's ridiculous that they are not included. So are they jealous? Because we have done all this work in Ukraine successfully, but we are not mentioned anywhere. So it was just like we deserve not one brush of one stroke of a brush. We deserve the whole painting about our work. And we participated in the first protocol, and this protocol was developed by us for the first time in the world, including our international partners. It's never been mentioned. So we got a protocol on BPAL from Lithuania or Latvia, and we get our text, our errors, our typos. It could have been recently somewhere that some Ukrainians participated in creating this protocol. salary is not always the most important thing. We really support professionals on regional level. We cannot pay them a lot, but there are a lot of people, they just do it because they're enthusiastic about Ukraine. They want to do it because it's the first time, and Ukraine is the first country. And I believe that everyone, donors and top management in healthcare, they need to remember that even the smallest contribution of the smallest team in Ukraine, they should be recognized and valued. Thank you. I wish all of us to have good mood and success in our work. Thank you very much, Mr. Yuri, for this very exhaustive answer and for your thanks. And our session is much longer than it was planned to be. And we have some questions in the chat, so we'll ask our colleagues to reply in the chat as well. And now we have a 5-minute technical break. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Залишимо відкрито.
Шановні колеги,
Dear colleagues, let us continue our work, and we would like to apologize for some technical glitches that we had during the stream, but we are ready to continue our work, and our next session is very important and interesting and relevant because it will be about the results of implementation of BPAL regimen in various countries of the world that that joined operational research on BPAL regimen, and you understand that this regimen will be used on the programmatic platform after WHO guidelines are published, and many countries are now gathering their experience of implementation of this regimen. And today we are going to moderate this session together with Maria, who is next to me. And now I would like to give floor to Maria for presentation of the speakers and for presentation of our session. Thank you, Dr. Natalia. And now I would like to give floor to our first speaker, Asta Gupta, Senior Market Access Manager of TB Alliance, who will tell us about the economic feasibility and efficiency of implementation of therapy regimen using pretomanid.
Good afternoon. I'm Asta Gupta, and I work in the access function at TB Alliance. I would like to first thank the organizers for inviting us to this very important meeting and congratulate the TB Institute of Ukraine for 100 years of TB services to the country. The success of Ukraine in adopting innovations in the TB field is commendable, in spite of the challenges faced in the country, first due to COVID and then due to the current situation. In my presentation today, I will share with you the top-line results from studies and analysis for understanding acceptability, implementability, and cost-effectiveness of pretomanid-containing regimens. But before I start my presentation, I would like to briefly introduce my organization, the TB Alliance. The TB Alliance is a United States-based non-profit that is focused on discovery, development, and delivery of new TB treatments. We've developed the new drug pretomanid to be used in combination with bedaquiline and linezolid, or what is called the BPAL regimen, that for the first time reduced drug-resistant TB treatment to the same duration as that for drug-sensitive TB, which is 6 months, and with similar success rates. Apart from pretomanid, TB Alliance has in its pipeline several novel drugs in various stages of development, and we are aiming at further improving TB treatment with novel drugs. When TB Alliance was relatively confident on the clinical viability of the BPAL regimen back in 2018, we wanted to understand if it will be acceptable in the field. Will it be implementable, cost-effective, or cost-saving? And what would be the likely usage of the regimen? So we conducted research to answer these questions in diverse countries representing different geographic regions, that is, Southeast Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia. We considered countries with low and high burden of HIV and low and high HIV TB co-infection. There were multiple studies we did. One was a study to evaluate acceptability and feasibility of the BPAL regimen. Another was on cost effectiveness of the regimen. And yet another one was on estimating savings and analyzing the budget impact of implementing BPAL. Research collaborators across these 3 studies were KNCB, London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and Johns Hopkins. I will now talk to the top-line results from these studies, which have been published between late 2021 and early 2022. The first study showed a high level of acceptability for the BPAL regimen on 7 parameters, such as patient friendliness, programmatic implementation, human resource requirements, patient support, etc. It was found that while the regimen was rated similarly as longer treatment regimens with respect to need for patient monitoring, it was rated nearly twice versus standard of care in terms of patient friendliness and about 1.5 times in terms of ease of programmatic implementation. So the overall likelihood of implementation was rated at 88%, giving us confidence that the regimen will likely be accepted and implemented in countries. The 2 costing studies at a very high level found that BPAL will result in notable reduction in both cost of medicines and cost of treatment monitoring. Overall reduction would be up to 80% for cost of treatment. We know tuberculosis, especially drug-resistant TB, exerts heavy toll on an individual's daily life. Relapses, treatment failures, extended treatment duration, and poor tolerability of regimens results in loss of healthy years from a patient's life. Given shorter duration of BPAL, its success rate in studies, and relatively lower side effects, we were interested to understand potential impact on disability-adjusted life years or DALYs. Per modeling done by the team from London School, the DALYs are estimated to reduce by well over 50% for BPAL when compared to SOC for pre-XDR TB. As you know, BPAL in combination with moxifloxacin is part of WHO's rapid communication. Hence, we were interested to understand the potential for cost saving in MDR TB as well. So we worked with WHO, Global Fund, and Stop TB Partnership to estimate potential savings globally. Our estimates show that potential health system savings could be up to $740 million annually across the globe if BPAL and BPAL-M were implemented in all MDR TB patients. Of course, this will probably not happen immediately, but this does tell us the extent of the savings. On the total cost of treatment basis, BPAL and BPAL-M will result in 40 to 75% savings for MDR TB patients and up to 90% for pre-XDR patients. This benefit is in addition to the substantially reduced pill burden, the shortened treatment duration, and improved success rate observed in clinical trials. Apart from cost modeling analysis and studies, we are also conducting real-world cost effectiveness and budget impact studies amongst patients who are enrolled in South Africa's BPAL Clinical Access Program and operations research underway in the Philippines. The results are expected early next year. In addition, we have developed a costing model in collaboration with the Swiss Tropical and Public Health Institute. Now, this can be used, this is an open model and can be used by any country to calculate their own cost effectiveness and budget impact analysis on use of BPAL or BPAL-M. This model, and if you would like to use this model, please contact me or my colleague, and our emails are given below. It would be helpful for any country to really understand what the cost savings could be or what the budget impact for their own health ministry could be using this model. Lastly, we are working on long-range projections for the use of BPAL and BPAL-M regimens in collaboration with Stop TB Partnership, WHO, Global Fund, and KNCB. At this time, we are interviewing some high burden countries to build these projections in a scientific manner. Ukraine has been very helpful in this regard, and any other country who would like to to help us with this work would be more than welcome. Thank you, and I would be happy to take any questions that you may have now.
Дуже дякую, Аста, за дуже цікаву.
Thank you very much, Asta, for this interesting and timely information. Please stay with us for the possible questions after the presentations. And now I would like to give floor to our second speaker, Variko, the senior epidemiologist of the KNCV, who will share with us lessons learned from implementation of this regimen. Variko, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Maria. Do you hear me?
Так, чуємо.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm not sure if you're seeing my screen. I share the screen. You see the screen, right?
Так, все добре, ми бачимо. Дякую.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and it's a pleasure to present at this conference. I will speak about the implementing and scaling up BPAL and lessons learned from this experience. I will just remind all of you, or repeat perhaps the previous presenters, that in May 2022, WHO released rapid communication about key changes in the treatment of DRTB patients. And in this communication, 6 months BPAL-M regimen consisting of bedaquiline, predominantly linezolid, and moxifloxacin was recommended in place of 9 months or longer regimens for patients 15 years old or older with MDR-RRTB and without history of exposure to any of the regimen drugs for more than 1 month. BPAL regimen was recommended or is recommended to use among patients without MDR-TB patients with additional fluoroquinolone resistance. So this is pre-XDR-TB patients, and BPAL-M is recommended among patients without additional fluoroquinolone resistance. At the same time, it is very important to have drug susceptibility testing capacity to at least fluoroquinolones, but preferably with all new drugs, but DST should not delay treatment initiation. Evidence behind this recommendation are the results of NIX-TB trials, the NIX trial, and TB practical. I will not go into details. All I can say is that all these 3 trials showed high effectiveness of the BPAL-M regimen. Before 2022, there was a consolidated guideline by WHO released in June 2020, which recommended BPAL use in under operational conditions for pre-XDR patients without exposure to the BPAL component drugs for more than 2 weeks. Based on this recommendation, KNCV, under different projects, supported 9 countries in the introduction of the BPAL. The largest project from that was LIFT-TB project, which is a 5-year project started in 2020, will continue till 2024, funded by COICA and implemented by TB Alliance in partnership with KNCV, ITRC, Mylan, Viatris, and Ministries of Health and NTPs. LIFT-TB supports BPAL introduction and scale-up in Indonesia, Kyrgyzstan, Myanmar, the Philippines, Ukraine, Uzbekistan, and Vietnam. Before that was TB Reach Wave 7, which supported Tajikistan and Ukraine, and KNCV Endowment Fund supported Nigeria. As I said, according to the WHO recommendations in the consolidated guideline of 2020, we introduced BPAL under operational research conditions. Goal of the operational research was to estimate effectiveness and safety with primary objective to assess the end of treatment outcomes, to assess serious adverse events, and secondary objective was to determine the time to sputum culture conversion, to determine recurrent TB rates after treatment, 6 months after treatment and 12 months after treatment, and to determine the rates of adverse events of special interest. And in case of the BPAL, adverse events of special interest are QT prolongation, hepatotoxicity, myelosuppression, optic neuritis, and peripheral neuropathy. This slide just describes the planned cohort of patients under the operational research, and total of 9 countries comprises 735 patients under operational research conditions. Most of the countries reach the target number. Lessons learned from the BPAL operational research so far. After me, you will see the presentations from the countries, and you will see there that there are good early treatment results among completed cohorts. It is very important to have good coordination at the national, regional, and global levels. Important to utilize international experience, sharing experience across the countries, generation of evidence. Important of adequate safety monitoring and management, and very important to have a DST capacity for the BPAL and component drugs, especially in the countries where bedaquiline and linezolid have been widely used. In the absence of the DST to bedaquiline, predominantly linezolid, and history of exposure to the BPAL component drugs limits the use of the BPAL regimen in previously treated DRTB patients. Based on the experience, what we have the technical assistance package, which consists of the generic protocol, which will be published soon, consists of the clinical guide, training materials, and frequently asked questions document. Here is a milestones from the roadmap from transitioning from operational research to programmatic implementations. First few bullet points are just for the countries who started with the BPAL operational research, and basically it highlights the importance of completing the operational research cohorts, supporting the full treatment course for those patients, supporting the follow-up after treatment, ensuring complete data collection, cleaning, validation, and writing up the results. For those countries who start directly with the programmatic implementation, of course, they will skip those steps, but there it is important to start with a good advocacy. Crucial step is to have everybody's buy-in, so everybody agrees on the programmatic implementation of these regimens. Dissemination of operational research results, guidelines, operational handbooks, raising awareness among stakeholders like National Expert Committee, consiliums, technical working groups for professional societies, patient support groups. Also, there should be developed a costed BPAL and BPAL introduction rollout plan, funding mobilization for procurement, preparations, trainings, and implementation, and update of the national guidelines, job aid, training curricula. This is kind of reiterates previous slide, but I would like to highlight a few things from here. It's that it's good to have the background information about the DRTB epidemiology in the country. Also to have updated national policies and guidelines, and good to have the implementation plan in place, treatment centers identified, and also adjusted the services, TB services, so that it can provide 7-day care to the patient or ensure 7-day drug intake versus to 5 to 6 days. Also, in the capacity building of the countries, it's very important to have clinical and laboratory capacity strengthened. In laboratory capacity, both microbiology and clinical lab capacity should be strengthened to ensure proper adverse event monitoring. Human resources should be in place. And trained, and ADSM system should be in place. And last but not least, it's very important to have updated national recording and reporting systems to ensure that there will be proper monitoring of the patients on the BPAL regimen under the programmatic conditions. Adherence to the BPAL-M could be complex, considering that there is mix of loose pills and blistered medications, and considering that there is intermittent dosing of the bedaquiline in the first 2 weeks, and there is a switch of the dosage of bedaquiline from the week 3. And it is very important to ensure excellent adherence to the treatment to ensure efficacy of the regimen and to avoid development of resistance to the new drugs. One of the solutions to that could be implementation of the digital technologies, which is the smart pill boxes, could well suit this situation because it contains 7-day cartridges to store the BPAL medication. Dosing instructions are on top of the box, and at least 5 of the 7-day cartridge fits in small pill box. And the smart pill box makes daily dosing information available to healthcare staff, and that way allows to monitor the treatment adherence. One other tool which I also would like to speak about is a decentralized ECG monitoring, which can, with a portable device, which is CardioMobile 6L. We have piloted this device in Kazakhstan among DRTB patients on potentially cardiotoxic drugs, and it showed good feasibility and acceptability results. In summary, I would like to say that it's important to establish good coordination, the sharing of international experience, evidence generation, ADSM, advocacy and communication, uninterrupted funding, digital health assurance support monitoring, strengthening of diagnostic network, and strengthening HR capacity. At the end, I would like to acknowledge TB, International Tuberculosis Research Center, COICA, TB Alliance, respective entities, national NGOs, TB Reach, and of course, patients. Thank you very much for your attention.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you very much, Veriko. If you can, please stay with us. I'm sure that we will have some questions to you later, and we will go back to you during the Q&A session. But now we will go to the BPAL regimen in different countries and the importance of this experience. Veriko has already presented, and we'll start with Irene Flores, OR in Philippines, and she will tell us about challenges and lessons learned on BPAL OR in the Philippines. Irene, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon and good evening to everyone. I'm Dr. Irene A. Flores, the Principal Investigator of BPAL OR Philippines, and I'll be sharing with you today the challenges and lessons learned in the BPAL OR. For the outline of this discussion, I'll be giving a background of the drug-resistant TB in the Philippines, then the research experience and preliminary results of the BPAL OR. The BPAL OR Philippines is being conducted in 12 operational research sites, strategically located in 10 regions in the country. It was launched in December 2020, and the goal is to enroll 100 patients by December 2022. The research sites were chosen based on their experience on previous operational research, namely 9-MTR and bedaquiline. For the DRTB situation in the Philippines, based on WHO Global TB Report released in 2021, we have noted 6,279 laboratory-confirmed cases of MDR-RRTB cases. However, only 4,944 were started on treatment. There is a gap of 21%. The Philippines is included in the countries with high burden for TB, TB-HIV, MDR, and RRTB. from 2021 and targeted up to 2025. The following are the current MDR-TB regimens. First, we have the standardized shorter all-oral bedaquiline-containing regimen, which is 9 to 11 months. Then we also have two standardized longer regimens for fluoroquinolone susceptible and fluoroquinolone resistant patients given for 18 months. Then we have the BPAL regimen under the operational research given for 6 months and can be extended to 9 months. Then lastly, we have the individualized treatment regimen, which are given to patients who are excluded in the other regimens. This contains 4 to 5 likely effective drugs with 18 months in duration and upon approval of the TB Medical Advisory Committee. For the cascade of care from May 2021 to October 2022, we were able to detect 1,870 rifampicin-resistant TB cases. Out of this, we screened 127 or 6.79% for BPAL. Then out of the screen, we were able to detect 114 eligible for BPAL enrollment. However, only 94 patients were actually enrolled in the research. We were able to enroll 94 patients on BPAL from May 2021 to October 2022. Out of this, 52.6% were enrolled due to intolerance to the current MDR-TB regimen, mostly due to nausea and vomiting from pretionamide. 41.1% were fluoroquinolone resistant, and the rest were non-responsive to non-bedaquiline-containing TB regimen, contact of fluoroquinolone resistant, and etionamide and isoniazid resistant, which is recently included in the amendment for BPAL-OR Protocol, Philippines. For the graduate patients, 33 patients already have their treatment outcomes. 54.5% have treatment completed, 42.4% with treatment cured, and 3% or 1 patient was withdrawn in the research. The difference between the treatment outcome completed and treatment outcome cured is due to baseline TB culture negative of the patients who were already exposed to the other regimens prior to enrollment to BPAL. Let me take note that there are no failures, no death, or no loss to follow-ups in this research. For the distribution of adverse event of special interest, regardless of severity, from May 2021 to October 2022, 54 developed peripheral neuropathy, 38 with myelosuppression, 3 with optic neuritis, 30 with hepatotoxicity, and 8 with QT prolongation. For the linezolid modification among BPAL patients who finished 6 months of treatment from May 2021 to October 2022, 19 patients or 41% have linezolid interruption, and 8% with discontinuation, linezolid reduction of 26%, and no reductions or interruptions for 12 patients. The BPAL and BPAL-M regimens have been included in the Department of Health Omnibus Health Guidelines for patients more than 15 years old, or the adolescents, adults, and elderly. Pretomanid has been approved by the FDA from September 2022, and the transition plan from operational research to programmatic implementation is already in process. Preparatory phase to include discussion in technical working group and stakeholders, procurement of drugs, laboratory strengthening, and training and capacity building for healthcare providers. During the first few months of the implementation of the BPAL-OR, we have problems in detecting fluoroquinolone-resistant patients due to the stockout of LPA kits and long turnaround time. However, during the first quarter of this year, Expert MTB XDR were used in 5 regions in the Philippines, shortening the turnaround time from 2 weeks to 3 to 5 days. The training done by ITRC to 2 laboratories for immediate DST to bedaquiline pretomidine and linezolid also were concluded, and they are already accepting specimens for processing. Genotyping is also made available for testing of failed or relapsed patients. Let me just mention some of the best practices noted in this operational research. One is enhancing research capacity, and another is strengthening active TB drug safety monitoring and management for our patients. Another is establishing technical expertise through the help of our consultants by reviewing the country protocol and applying amendments to adapt to the needs and safety of the patients. A clinical guide was also introduced to help with our healthcare providers in the OR sites to better manage the adverse events of the patients. We also launched the implementation plan for better review of the guidelines. Job aids were also distributed in the operational research sites to a quick look of the guidelines that we are using. For the challenges and potential solutions, we have the following issues that needs to be discussed. For the clinical dilemmas, we need to strengthen the clinical management capacity of our healthcare providers in the TB facilities in order for them to manage the patients with adverse events. For the ADSM, we suggest a more user-friendly tools for adverse event detection, like self-administered automated digital tools for visual acuity and basic peripheral neuropathy screening. To ensure compliance, digital adherence technology can be of help. And to detect bedaquiline resistance, we need to have access to DST for new drugs. This is to facilitate giving of these drugs to patients who remain susceptible to bedaquiline and linezolid despite exposure to these drugs. For the drug management, we need to enhance the electronic inventory system with early warning system to prevent stock out of drugs in the facilities. For the ITs, which is already in place, we need to integrate new variables in order to better analyze the cases of the patients. In summary, BPAL shows outstanding end-of-treatment outcomes. Adverse events are mostly mild and manageable, but ADSM strengthening is of utmost importance in order to help our patients and to ensure safety. Needs are identified and lessons learned can be used for a smooth transition to programmatic regimen use. I think this is my last slide. This is my last slide. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po. It's an honor and privilege to share with you the BPAL operational experience in the Philippines.
Thank you very much, Irene. It's very pleasant to see the result of this research. And if you can, please stay with us, and hopefully you will be able to answer the questions of our colleagues. And now I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, Dr. Aterkul Kantanova, so Deputy Head of Scientific Work of National Center of Physiology from Kyrgyzstan, and she will tell us about the preliminary result of the first cohort of the patient who were treated with BPAL regimen as a part of OR in Kyrgyzstan. Are you with us? The floor is yours.
How I demonstrate?
Доброго дня, не чуємо вас наразі.
We cannot hear you. Now we can. Вітаю, колеги.
Starting my presentation, I would like to congratulate the staff of the National Institute of Physiology and Pulmonology of Ukraine on the anniversary. I wish you all the best, health, long life to you and your loved ones. My name is Aterkul Toktogonova. I am a Deputy NTP Manager, Kyrgyz Republic. I will share with you our clinical experience from BPAL regime as operational research leading up to the programmatic expansion in Kyrgyzstan. My country is bordering with Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and China. The population is more than 6 million people. There are 7 regions and 2 administrative cities on the territory. About 4,000 TB cases were reported in 2021. Among them, 918 cases were MDR TB. Around 95% of MDR TB patients started treatment. 129 cases with pre-XDR or XDR TB were reported last year. 116 of them started their treatment. Therefore, 90% are covered by treatment. These are the implementation stage. LIFT-TB project started at 2020 and will finish 2024. It is funded by COICA and implemented by the TB Alliance partnering with KNCV, ITRC, Milan Beatrice. We did advocacy and communications with key stakeholders at the Minister of Health, NTB level, and medical personnel. National clinical guidelines for the management and treatment of patients on the BPAL regime were developed, which was approved by the Minister of Health and the local ethics committee, and the Minister of Health gives their consent to conduct the operational research. The clinical guidelines include a patient's informed consent form. Before the start, all patients who agreed to be treated with the BPAL regime signed it. Trainings were also held with personnel on the treatment regime and on the management of patients receiving treatment with this regime. The treatment.
Dr. Aterkul, sorry, this is slides are not changing.
Oh, sorry. You see my slides?
We do. It's not changing.
Not changing.
Can you go to the next slide? Yeah.
Слайды не переключаю. Slides are just holding. They are not changing.
Maybe. Can you help me? Is it moving now?
Can you please... Вы могли бы, пожалуйста, еще раз запустить показ слайдов?
Демонстрация. Не.
А ми можемо самі.
А ви можете і свою презентацію показати?
Ми можемо показати її?
Зараз ми спробуємо. Запропонуйте, ми можемо відкрити. Але вона буде говорити next або щось.
Ми можемо показувати слайди, але тоді будемо просити вас, щоб ви нам...
We can switch your slides for you, but you will have to tell us when we have to go to the next slide.
Yes, we can. Can you try to put next, please?
Next, you.
Great, thank you so much. Works.
These are the implementation stages. LIFT TB project started at 1990 and will finish 2020 and will finish 2024. It is funded by COECA and implemented by the TB Alliance, partnering with KNCB, ITRC, Mylan, Viatris. We did advocacy and communications with key stakeholders at the Minister of Health, NTP level, and medical personnel. National clinical guidelines for the management and treatment of patients on the PIPAL regime were developed, which was approved by the Minister of Health. And the local ethics committee and the Minister of Health gave their consent to conduct the operational research. The clinical guidelines include patient-informed consent form. Before the start, all patients who agreed to be treated with the BIPAL regime signed it. Trainings were also held with personnel on the treatment regime and on the management of patients receiving treatment with this regime. The treatment of patients began in August 2021, followed by the decision of NTP to include patients from all regions of the country. Target number of patients by 2023 was 230. The provision of drug was as follows. Pretamine 50 courses were donated by Mylan, and the remaining 180 courses are purchased by the Global Fund. Inclusion criteria are pre-exert TB, contact of pre-exert TB, MDR TB treatment intolerance, MDR TB treatment non-response. Exclusion criteria are more than 4 weeks of exposure to any BIPAL drugs, resistant to any BIPAL drugs, adverse events associated with any BIPAL drugs, extrapulmonary TB, body weight less than 35 kilograms, pregnancy, breastfeeding, age less than 18 years. Только так. Ага. This is information about. This is information about safety monitoring and measures of the first cohort of patients of the VIPAL operational research. Course duration is 26 to 39 weeks. Can I? No. But at the beginning we used 1,200 linezolid milligram. After release WHO recommendation in May 2022, we used 600 milligram. Linezolid dose reduction or discontinuation only after 1,200 milligram day in the first 4 weeks, or 600 milligram day in the first 9 weeks. Bedaquiline 400 milligram dose daily, followed by reduction after 2 weeks, 100 milligram any other day. Predominant no dose reduction and or discontinuation. Full regime interruption after missing for more than 14 consecutive days and maximum of 60 days. The characteristics of first cohort of patients included in VIPAL operative study. 100 patients were screened, 50 enrolled. Among 50 patients, 47 were culture positive at baseline. 50 were not included in the VIPAL cohorts for the following reasons. 18 patients previous exposure to bedaquiline and linezolid for more than 4 weeks. 2 patients body weight were less than 35 kilograms. 9 patients declined to participate. National TB Consilium decided not to enroll 21 patients access to VIPAL treatment due to extensive lung disease. Safety monitoring and measures of the first cohort of patients of the VIPAL operational research. Of the 50 patients initiated treatment, 43, it's 86% patients reported adverse events of special interest to anti-tuberculosis drugs. Among these patients, the largest proportion, 86%, the patients had peripheral neuropathy, and a small proportion, 14% of patients, myelosuppression. 6% of patients reported serious adverse events. What measures have been taken? In 69% of people, the daily dose of linezolid was reduced from 1,200 to 600 milligram. In 21% of patients, daily doses of linezolid were reduced from 600 milligram to 300 milligram. Linezolid was discontinued after 4 months after treatment in 4.6% of patients. I want to note that all patients in this cohort started from linezolid 1,200 milligram. Patients in the following cohorts after receiving WHO recommendation to reduce the daily dose of linezolid receive linezolid at a dose of 600 milligrams. Therefore, adverse events have decreased. Treatment here, the treatment outcomes of the patient cohorts enrolled between August 2021 till March 2022. The number is 31. The success rate of the BIPAL regime is 87%. Treatment failure was registered 3.2%, which is one patient. He is currently receiving individual treatment. One patient died from other causes. I will tell you later about the cause of these. 6.4%, which is 2 patients, are lost to follow-up. I would like to note that with the receipt of WHO repeat communication in May 2022, the enrollment of patients has expanded under programmatic condition. Doctors from the regions testified to good results, and their adherence to this regime has increased. Of course, they began to prescribe this regime to patients with great enthusiasm. Patient cohorts enrolled after March 2022, there are 90 patients. Preliminary results show that 50 out of 19, 78.9% will be cured, and another 2 who are extended treatment to 9 months will have the same results. 10.5%. Thus, the treatment success of the next cohort is 89.4%. 2 patients died. We have patients with unfavorable outcomes of the BIPAL regime. 2 patients were lost to follow-up after 1 month and 3 months treatment. 1 patient failed on month 5 due to chronic kidney disease. I would like to note that 1 patient who lost to follow-up had culture conversion after first month of the treatment, and patient who failed had culture conversion after second month of treatment. 3 patients died in the process of treatment due to suicide on the 46th day of treatment. The second patient died due to food poisoning on the 48th day, and the third patient died on the 34th day of treatment because he took alcohol surrogates for a long time. In conclusion, we learned that BIPAL regime showed good treatment success rate, which is 87%. It is very important to have adequate safety monitoring and management. It is also important to have capacity to perform DST for the BIPAL-M component drugs, especially where bedaquiline and linezolid have been widely used. A history of exposure to the BIPAL component drugs limits the use of the BIPAL regime in previously treated DRTB patients. And lastly, patients appreciated the reduced number of tablets and treatment duration compared to the conventional pre-DRTB treatment. What we plan to do next? To continue advocacy and communication, to update the national policies and guidelines, strengthening the diagnostic networks, bacteriological and clinical. They strengthen HR capacity, training needs and numbers to use good clinical practices with enhanced ADCM, to decentralize TB care, to work with drug regulatory approvals, to improve adequate supply chain management, forecasting and procurement of drugs and laboratory supplies. Thank you for your attention. Sorry, I couldn't.
Thank you very much, dear Herkül. And now we have also a few changes in the program. One of our presenters, Elena, she wasn't able to be present because of technical difficulties. So now we finish the presentation of the results and we can move to our discussion. We will ask questions. We have a few questions in the chat. But before we move to questions, I would like to ask Herkül, could you tell us, you started your presentation, you started with a dosage of 1,200, and now you continue recruiting patients with linezolid with a dosage of 600 milligrams. Could you tell us, of course, now it's more subjective impression rather than result of the research. So do you see the difference between these two dosages as a part of BPAL regimen?
Да, конечно.
Да, вы правы.
Yes, you are right. When we used 1,200, as you could see, that we had adverse events. And when we got the recommendation of WHO about reducing the dosage, after May, we started to reduce the dosage. And we noticed that we had a lower rate of adverse events. And what about your opinion? Like, does it make it less effective? Did it make it less effective? Повлияло ли это на эффективность лечения? No, actually.
Успех предварительно оценить с темпом логичные успехи.
Так, ну, мы...
Okay, we understood. Thank you very much. We have some technical difficulties, but if you understood correctly, so then the decrease in the dosage actually decreased the amount of adverse events and without being less effective. That's very important data for doctors and for Ukraine included, because Ukraine is now using Bipal with linezolid of 1,002. No, we are using the dosage of 600 milligrams. And also I have a question to Ms. Iran. Could you tell us, we discussed here with Maria the situation about the peculiarities about different countries, about implementing Bipal. You have a unique and interesting country. It's a very beautiful country because it is basically a group of islands, and usually it attracts a lot of travelers because you have a very beautiful, unique nature. But if we talk about medical services, I think that it creates problems. How do you organize bringing the services to patients? Do you have any problems with adherence to Bipal, especially if you need, by the logic and requirements, to treat patients in outpatient way using Bipal regimen? Oh, we don't have Irene now. I got a comment from our technical team that Irene disconnected, maybe because of technical difficulties. But I think we will send this question to her, and she'll be able to write in the chat. And we will definitely present the answer, because it is very important in Ukraine to know the answer, especially in the situation with the war. And Maria has a few more questions. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for very interesting and comprehensive presentations. We got a question to ask about economic side of using new regimens. So you presented in very clear way about global approaches of cost-effective usage of new regimens, and how can every country define of direct and indirect savings that they can have if the use of new regimens, Bipal, Bipal-M, and all the other regimens that we use, that we discussed today.
Maria, for that question. That's actually pretty important, especially in the conditions right now where everybody is trying to save money. We have done a global assessment, but I mentioned one of the models that we are working on with the Swiss Tropical and Public Health Institute is really country-wise. So every country, if they are able to provide us information and data regarding their country in particular, we are able to populate that within a model that has already been developed. And then that model will be able to calculate the cost savings in the country specifically, as well as any other clinical benefits like deaths averted, or the QALYs or DALYs gained or averted. So we do have something that is very usable by countries. It's an easy model, and we have some funds to be able to help countries work on that model. So I would suggest any country who would like to take that opportunity on to let us know, contact us, and we'd be happy to help with that.
Thank you very much. It's really very important, especially for Ukraine in current conditions. I think that colleagues will be happy to look into this possibility, and I will take your word and use this offer. Thank you. Do we have Veriko with us? That's great. We have a question to you. So today you presented to us also very relevant data that's basically the result of all the ORs which are organized in different countries, the review, which is very interesting and can be useful as additional source of information if you publish this data. So are you planning to collect all this data into one publication? And when can we see this article or this publication about all countries together?
Very much for this question. First of all, yes, countries own the data, so it's countries' decision to publish this data. We do have a plan to have kind of regional publications, maybe already spoke with Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan to jointly publish the results. Ukraine as pioneer in implementing the BIPAL and having the largest cohort, and despite of all the obstacles you managed to complete the database. Will be, I hope, the first to publish the results of the first cohort. And yes, the data collection from the beginning was harmonized across the countries. It's possible to publish the data as a joint publication as well as a separate for each country. So that's a plan. Yeah. Addition, it does. Would give, as you just mentioned, it would really give additional information about the effectiveness and safety of this regimen in a OR condition, which is very close to programmatic. So it's kind of not just clinical trials, but also in a programmatic condition. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very cool. We are looking forward to seeing this publication. And I believe that it's going to be really timely and interesting. And the data that was collected in OR will add nicely to the data that we collected from randomized clinical trials. I want to thank all our speakers today. I think that we had a really interesting and informative session with really relevant and interesting data from different countries. Natalia, would you like to do the summary?
From my side, I would also like to thank all colleagues from other countries as well who implement the regimen. And we are so pleased that you agreed to make presentations during our conference to share your experience so that we, together with you, are able to share our results for the benefit of patients, for the benefit of implementation of the strategies that were planned in each of our respective countries. And I'm sure that we will have to collect and share this information in the form of scientific publications. Very cool. I would like to thank you separately. You all already started developing the Ukrainian materials and prepare them for publication, so this information for our country will be published. But when other countries have at least this intermediate results of implementation of BIPAL in their cohorts, we will have to think about this general publication with generalized information. And maybe we will be able to provide data for international recommendations. And then we will make our small contribution to the overall cause of implementation of this new regime. And then we will be part of the process of development of international strategies. And we will do this for improving well-being of people. So we thank you all again very much, and We will finish our session now, but I still have a couple of minutes for organizational announcements. Dear colleagues, during this session, we discussed issues and now we finished the first day of our conference. Those who were registered for the masterclass, you will have to leave the conference Zoom and re-enter using the specific link for the masterclass, because it will be a separate event with separate registration, with separate points for your lifelong professional development. So you will be able to receive 10 points for the masterclass, but we will mention that during the masterclass again. So you will have to sit through a test, so there will be several questions after the masterclass, and for you to receive a certificate of a participant of a masterclass, you will have to answer at least 7 questions correctly. But I would like to tell you that if you have a possibility to sit through the entire masterclass, you will have no problems answering these questions, because all these questions that we included in the quiz, all these questions, all these issues will be discussed during the masterclass, so I'm sure you will be able to answer 100% of questions correctly. So I express my gratitude again to everyone who joined our conference, and I wanted to say that again, that if you were not able to listen to us in real time, it's not a problem. We will issue a certificate to any participant who was with us for at least 2 hours during these 3 days. So you will be able to watch everything on the YouTube channel on the National TB Hub channel. So please feel free to watch all the presentations, sessions, and master classes. They will be available free of charge on our YouTube channel show, so you will be able to receive all important and relevant information at the time which is most convenient for you. So no worries, but of course we would like to see you in real time so that you can ask questions to the speakers if you have any questions during the discussion, because the discussion time is allocated for it after each session. Thank you, dear colleagues, for your attention, and this is the end of day 1 of our conference. Tomorrow we will start at 8:30. The first session will start 5 to 9. So we are looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. I wish you all strength, resilience, and I remind you that we are strong, our nation is unbreakable, and we will eventually win. Thank you very much for your attention, and glory to Ukraine. See you tomorrow.